Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. This story didn't happen to me and isn't mine directly. It happened to my aunt back in the mid to late 90s when she was still a teenager. I asked her if I could share the story, and she said that she would prefer if I did, just in case it could help someone else avoid a similar situation. Though, I don't know if anyone would ever be in a similar situation in the current day and age that we're in. That said, I'm going to tell the story from my memory, so if some parts seem inconsistent or maybe a bit confusing, I do apologize in advance. Like I said, this was back when my aunt was a teenager. She was a pretty well-liked young woman. She was a good kid, straight A student, and she was well known and held in a high regard in the neighborhood as being a dependable babysitter. She loved spending time with kids, and the kids loved her, and she had done a good amount of volunteer work over the summer with a daycare at our local church group. Basically, people in the area knew that if they needed someone to take care of their kid for a couple of hours, they could call her and not worry about anything. She ended up going into childcare and actually owns a local daycare today, if that helps to explain how much she loved and loves working with children. This specific situation happened when she got a call from a couple a few blocks away. It was the expected story. They wanted to have a date night and just needed someone to watch their young daughter for a few hours. They said that they would pay her $10 an hour to watch her from 5 to 11, and my aunt agreed and everything seemed like it was pretty standard. Now, this was back in the 90s. Almost no one had a cell phone. The internet wasn't really a thing yet, and a lot of people just trusted people in their neighborhood based solely on the fact that they were in their neighborhood. It was a totally different time from today, where we are way more protective in our daily lives. My aunt and grandparents didn't know anything about the couple, which wasn't out of the ordinary, and while this situation really didn't seem out there, things got strange pretty much right off the bat. My grandfather dropped my aunt off and she knocked on the door of the couple, but at first, no one answered her. She stood there for a few moments and then knocked again, and after a few minutes, the man of the house finally did answer the door. She said that he apologized for not hearing her knock sooner and that he was in the bathroom getting things ready. After that, my aunt says that she entered the house and noticed that it was incredibly clean and also minimalist. The living room was pretty much just an old couch, a chair, and a television. There was a lamp in the corner for light, but that was it. There were no pictures, no toys, nothing to indicate that this family had a young child or was even a family at all. She ignored this and thought that maybe they just didn't have much in ways of money. She then turned to ask the man about the daughter, the basics really, her name, the emergency contact information, the schedule, and any rules that she needed to abide by. She said that at first, the man had a look about his face that made it seem like he was nervous, like he was thinking of an answer to the questions on the spot. And after a few moments, he cleared his throat and then responded. Her name is Abigail. If there is an emergency, call my mother. Her phone number is on the fridge, and her name is Beth. Scheduling and rules won't really be an issue. Abigail is too young to do anything, and she'll most likely be asleep the whole night in her crib. At this point, my aunt had a few things click for her. There weren't any toys because Abigail was still a newborn. and this could have also explained the lack of pictures on the wall of the family. She nodded and told him that she understood and asked if Abigail had a feeding schedule and asked if they were trying to keep things on a strict timeline. She said that at this point, the man just shook his head and told her to not bother Abigail while she slept, and if she didn't wake up crying, to just let her sleep. Obviously, my aunt was a bit confused. When you have a baby that young, you typically don't just let them sleep. You keep them on a schedule and then keep things consistent. But she was also doing this based on the parents' terms, so she didn't fight or argue about it. After a few moments of talking, the man said something that caught my aunt off guard. He said something along the lines of, "I know you probably had a long day at school and you'll probably want to take a shower at some point. If you do, the shower is upstairs, second door on the left. Feel free to use it if you need to." How many weird or red flags is this at this point? 1, 2, 3? Well, there was another that happened immediately after this comment. After insisting that she could take a shower, the man said that they needed to go and then thanked her for taking her time to watch their daughter. He then opened the front door, got in the car, and started to drive off, leaving my aunt there alone with Abigail. It may not be obvious what the red flag was in that situation, but my aunt immediately realized that something was off. At no point did the mother of the child come out of any room in the house. She hadn't met her, and the man just left without her. At this point, it seemed like there wasn't a mother in the situation. Again, my aunt thought that maybe she didn't understand the situation. Maybe the man had to pick her up from work. Maybe they were meeting up somewhere. So she let it go and just sat on the couch to watch TV. She sat there for a little while and watched whatever was on. But after a while, she says that something didn't feel right, which, yeah, obviously. She said that something in her told her that she should check on Abigail, even though the father had said she didn't need to. She got up and then started up the stairs and realized that she didn't know which room was hers. There were 2 doors on the left and 1 on the right, and she knew that the second one on the left was the bathroom. So she checked the first one on the left. It was a small room that looked like it should have been a bedroom, but there was no bed in it. She said that the room was an absolute mess, with trash everywhere, and off to the side was a small desk with a computer just sitting on it. Since that wasn't the room, she assumed that maybe Abigail's crib was in the master's bedroom. She went over to the other room and opened the door, only to find nothing but a mattress and box spring on the floor and a single dresser. She looked in the room and there was no crib. There was no indication of a small child, just the bed and the dresser. Much like the living room, an incomplete contrast to the other room, it was completely clean. It was at this point that a few things became a little more clear. 1, this guy was a bit off, putting it lightly. 2, there was no daughter. Abigail didn't exist, and she was babysitting a non-existent child. And 3, this guy's insistence that she take a shower was all the more creepy by the fact that the first 2 things were true. She closed the doors and went back downstairs. She then grabbed the phone and quickly called her house. She explained to her dad that there was no baby there and told him about how weird the guy was. My grandpa told her that he would drive over and park on the street and wait for the guy to get back to make sure nothing happened. After about 4 or 5 hours, the guy came back and his creepy vibes escalated. She said that when he got back, the first thing he asked her was if she had taken the shower. She told him that she didn't, and said that he seemed legitimately upset about this fact, to the point that he actually asked her why she hadn't. She said that she didn't, and then moved on, telling him that Abigail was quiet all night and that she needed to get going now that he was home. When she went to leave, she said that he stepped to the door and told her that she didn't need to rush out and that the night was still young. She said that he pretty much turned to sleeve up to 11 at this point and was looking her up and down and telling her that she could make herself comfortable if she wanted to. She looked at him and told him directly that she had already called her dad and that he was sitting just outside waiting for her to come out, and that he would be likely coming up to the door if she didn't go. For a moment, he seemed to be sizing her up and trying to determine if she was lying about this. But eventually he relented, saying something like, "Well, we wouldn't want to keep him waiting." He opened the door, and my aunt walked out, and he quickly shut it behind her. She took over to my grandpa's car and got in quickly before she realized that, in everything that had just happened, he didn't even pay her for her time. And honestly, the money didn't even matter to her anymore. She just wanted to go home. My aunt said that she explained everything to my grandfather, and while he believed that this guy was a creep, he said that he hadn't technically done anything illegal or wrong, so there wasn't much that could be done. And even so, my aunt didn't babysit for anyone that wasn't an immediate neighbor or family after that. And she holds on to the thought that, had my grandfather not been parked outside and waiting, things would have gone much, much worse. This all happened back when I was 15 years old, and I was a bit of a socially awkward teen. I didn't have many friends, and I didn't really socialize a whole lot beyond the basic social media stuff, so I would sometimes watch my cousins for a few bucks every now and then. That said, because I had some experience watching kids, my dad's friend, Alex, asked him if I would be available to help him out during summer break. Alex was in his mid-30s and was now a single father to a 6-year-old son named Max. His wife, Sherry, had passed away due to some sort of heart complication, something that wasn't diagnosed at all, and then it just took her suddenly. Because of this, Alex was basically killing himself, working 2 jobs to keep food on the table and keep the lights on. When all of this happened, summer break had just started, so Alex was in a situation where he needed someone to watch Max all day, but obviously, he didn't have the money to pay for any sort of childcare for 12 plus hours a day for 5 to 6 days a week. So, this is where I came into the picture. My dad had mentioned to me that if I took up watching Max over the summer, he would pay me $50 a week. He knew that Alex couldn't afford it, but we were well off enough that he could cover it for him. I was 15, like I said, so $50 a week and $200 a month for the summer? You could bet that I was going to take that. Plus, I always thought that Max was adorable, and I knew that he was a good kid, so it was a win-win really. The first day I was watching Max, I got there early, and Alex hadn't yet left for work. He was telling me all the basic rules, and that there were chicken nuggets for his lunch in the freezer, and basically all the things that you would expect from a parent. And then he went into how much he appreciated me doing this for free, and that he was sorry that he was taking my summer from me. I explained to him that I really didn't have any plans, and I loved Max, so it was really not a big deal to me. He then went into how his sister was watching him after school, but she basically told him that she wasn't willing to watch him for the entire day if he wasn't going to pay her. To me, That was a bit shocking. It was surprising to me that a family member wasn't willing to help out, especially with the situation that Alex is currently in. But I reassured him that I was happy to help and that I was sorry that he was going through all that he was. He then left for work, and I just sat on the couch and turned on the TV while Max was still asleep and wasn't likely to wake up for a few more hours. Honestly, watching Max for the first few days was pretty normal. My dad would drop me off in the morning, and then I would fall asleep on the couch watching TV until Max woke me up, and then we would make him breakfast. We would watch some movies, play some games, and just have a good time until his dad got home. Honestly, I was really happy with it overall, and I thought that it was going to be a great summer. But then, at some point in the second week, it was early in the morning and I was still asleep on the couch. I heard a crash coming from the kitchen. I quickly sat up and I saw Max in the kitchen, looking like he was absolutely petrified when he saw that I was awake. He just stared at me with his face bright red. I saw him in his pajamas, cereal and milk on the floor, and a bowl sitting upside down next to him. It was pretty clear what had happened, but for some reason, Max screamed as loud as he could and then ran through the hallway into his room and then slammed his door while screaming in tears. He kept yelling that he was really sorry over and over again while shrieking in tears. I was legitimately confused. I had no idea what was going on. He had spilled his cereal, and while he wasn't supposed to be getting his own breakfast like that, for this very reason, I wasn't upset or anything. But he was screaming like crazy. I got up and I went back to his room and I knocked on his door asking him what was wrong. He was refusing to answer me and just kept screaming that he was sorry. I went in and I knelt down to talk to him. I told him that it was okay and that we just needed to clean up the mess. I told him that it wasn't a big deal at all and that he didn't need to freak out. At first, he didn't seem like he trusted me, but he eventually took a deep breath and said okay, and we went out and cleaned up the mess. He went through the rest of the day like normal, and I didn't push it with him and thought that maybe he was just in a weird mood. Then about a week later, we were having fun and he wanted to paint something. I thought that sounded like fun. So I got this kid paints and paper set up in the kitchen. We were just having fun making random paintings when he accidentally spilled the water that he was cleaning the brush with on the floor. Once again, his face turned red and he went absolutely crazy with his crying and screaming and then tried to run to his room. It was literally the same situation a few days prior, but this time I was able to get a hold of him and stop him. The look in his eyes were legitimate horror as he was belting out his apologies at the top of his lungs with tears pouring out of his eyes. I told him to calm down and that it wasn't a big deal and that we would just go ahead and get it cleaned up and then finish our paintings. Once again, he looked like he didn't trust me, like I was going to do something more than just clean up and move on. I told him to breathe and that he needed to calm down because everything was okay. After a few moments, he nodded and took a deep breath, and then told me that it was okay. At this point, I felt like I needed to get to the bottom of this. Part of me was worried that it was Alex that was doing something to make him act like this. Honestly, he seemed like such a good guy that I couldn't see him doing it. I sat him down on the couch and I knelt in front of him. Then I asked why he got so scared when he spilled the water. He told me that it was because he had made a mess. I told him that it wasn't really a big deal when he made a mess, We just had to clean it up and be more careful. Then I asked why he thought that it was such a big deal. At first, he didn't seem to want to tell me, but eventually he started talking to me about it. He said that when he made a mess at Aunt Marie's house, he got punished. In my eyes, punishing a kid would be sending them to their room or taking something away from them for a period of time. But obviously, something worse was going on over at that aunt's house. I was a bit nervous, but I eventually asked him what his aunt would do when he got in trouble. And what he told me made me sick. Apparently, when he got in trouble over at his aunt's house, she was verbally abusive. She yelled at him, and he didn't like the yelling. But then it got worse. He told me that when he did something bad, after the yelling, she would seriously shut him in the dryer. She would put him in the dryer and then shut the door, holding it shut until he stopped crying. He said that when he made a mess while I was watching him, he thought that I was going to put him in the dryer and then shut him in, which is why he ran into his room and was telling me how sorry he was. I was shocked. I told him that I would never do that and that he didn't have to worry about that ever happening with me. To which he said that he liked me more than his aunt and then gave me a hug. I honestly wanted to cry when this happened, but I just told him that it was okay, and then we went back to painting. When Alex got home, I asked him if I could talk to him, and I explained what Max had told me about his aunt. And Alex was as appalled as I was. He told me that he had no idea. He just thought that Max didn't like it over there because of his cousins. Well, there's not much to the story, honestly. I watched Max the whole summer, and then he came over to our house after school when we went back. Alex was able to get his life together and got remarried, and they're a happy family now. Max is 11 now and he's a smart kid, and I don't think he really remembers what happened back then. From what I know, Alex confronted his sister about the situation, and she claimed that it never happened. But I'm pretty certain that Alex believed his son. I certainly did. To the best of my knowledge, Alex hasn't spoken to Marie since he talked to her about it, and I don't blame him. I just hope that whatever Marie did doesn't scar Max, and that he grows up to be a normal, happy person. This may not be a standard babysitting horror story, but it's still worth sharing, and there's actually a few things to share. I may send more over to you later if you want, but these are some of the worst. I have been working as a lead at a daycare for around 13 years now, and it's almost entertaining how unfiltered kids are when you get them talking, and how much they imitate those that they're around frequently. What kind of sucks about this is that when a kid does something that's iffy or questionable, we have to contact CPS by law and then report what happened. One instance of this happened actually pretty recently with a little boy, and we'll call him Jim. One day during the morning, while the kids were playing, I was making coffee and Jim walked up to me. I was putting my creamer and sugar in the mug, and Jim asked me if I liked to smell the sugar. I was a bit confused at first. Why would I smell sugar? I told him that I wasn't sure what he was talking about, and he then tells me that sometimes while he's at his uncle's house, his uncle likes to smell the sugar. I asked what he meant, and then he tells me that his uncle likes to smell the sugar off the table with a straw. Come to find out, while his uncle was watching him, he decided that it would be okay to do cocaine in front of him and just tell him that it's sugar. Another one that's worth talking is about what happened with a little girl in my group named Sasha. Sasha was a sweetheart She was incredibly quiet and soft-spoken, but she was also one of the nicest little girls that I have ever met. One day, her dad brought her in and she had a bruise on her face. Obviously, my mind went to a dark place and I told her dad that I had to legally ask what had happened. He tells me that he didn't know, that she had the bruise when he had gotten home from work the night before, and she wouldn't tell him no matter how much he asked. He seemed sincere about this and said that he thinks that she fell or something when she was doing something that she wasn't supposed to, and she didn't want to get into trouble, so she's not saying anything. I accepted his response and we went on. At around lunch, she said that she wanted to tell me something and asked if I could keep a secret. I told her I could, of course, and I asked what was wrong. She told me that she was sorry that she had lied to her dad about her bruise, but he didn't want him mad because his girlfriend had given it to her. Apparently, her dad's girlfriend was verbally and now physically abusive to this little girl, and the dad was none the wiser. I, of course, told him and filled out my report to protective services. I really felt bad for the dad, but I had no choice in the matter. And the last one is probably the saddest one for me and happened when I was still fairly new to working at a daycare. There was a little boy that attended our daycare named Adam. Adam was incredibly shy, but absolutely loved being in the daycare because of how much he got to socialize. I know that sounds like opposites, but it was more like he was shy until he got to know you. Adam's father was a police officer for the city and was a fairly well-respected guy. Adam was very clearly proud of how much of a hero his dad was, and he would talk about it a lot. Then, one day, while I was sitting at one of the tables, Adam says something about people are coming to get him. I asked him what he meant, and he said that Daddy says that some of the bad people he arrested are going to come and get us. I was kind of just like, okay. And I said that I wanted to hear more. And he goes on to say that his daddy had put a duct tape over his windows and put a camera in his room to watch him, just to make sure that the bad guys didn't break in. I really didn't know what to do with this, and I probably shouldn't have, but I actually contacted his father about the situation, asking if everything was all right at home, because Adam was saying things that didn't make sense. His dad laughed and just said that Adam just had a wild imagination. I agreed with him, said it was okay, and then I hung up. Unfortunately, I have no idea what happened after that, because Adam never came back to the daycare. His father had resigned, and apparently they moved away within the next week. I don't know if this was for protection or if his dad was legitimately paranoid. So yeah, kids can say some crazy things, and I have more that I may send your way, but I just want to use this as an opportunity to say that kids do not have filters. If you tell your kids something, or if you do something in front of your kids, they will 100% repeat it, or will happily go on telling someone else all about it. When I was in high school, I used to watch my two baby nephews, Ben and Sammy, a few times a week over at my brother Terrence's house during the week. My brother was a pretty chill guy, and I love spending time with my little cousins, so really, it wasn't that big of a deal to me to lose a few nights during the week. They were pretty young still, and they were still in that age range where they could easily be entertained by SpongeBob and chicken nuggets, while I messed around with my phone or on my DS. It was really just like I had a couple of younger brothers that needed my attention every now and then, and I loved it. My brother had always been a good kid, but as he got a bit older, he ended up getting with the wrong crowd and fell in love with a woman that was a terrible influence on him. Kaylee. Kaylee was a user, and I mean of both people and substance. And fortunately, Terrence wanted to see the best in her and decided that she was worth his time. They ended up getting together, but not married, and they had 2 kids together, Ben and Sammy. At some point after Sammy's first birthday, Kaylee got picked up for attempting to shoplift from a big box store and then got her basic misdemeanor charge changed to a pretty hefty felony when the police found a significant amount of meth in her purse, like enough for her to be charged with intent to distribute. All of this is important because it's what left my brother in charge of 2 young boys as a single father, and is why I had to watch them several times a week while he worked his second job. And now, this ritual of him working nights and me watching them for him had been going on for around 6 months at this point, and without issue. And with Kaylee in prison for years, I thought that it would just keep being a smooth situation. Well, I thought wrong. It was a pretty normal Tuesday night at Terrence's house, and I was there watching the boys, and they were watching some cartoons while I was making dinner, when I heard a knock on the front door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I thought maybe it was an Amazon package or something, just knocking to let us know that it was delivered. So I just kept making dinner and I ignored it for a moment. But then I heard the doorbell ring. At this point, Ben walks in the room to tell me that Aunt Becca was at the door. Rebecca, or Aunt Becca as he said, was Kaylee's sister and was just as bad as her, if not worse than Kaylee. On top of that, Terrence had a no-contact order against her. She wasn't supposed to be there, and she wasn't supposed to be near the kids. I told Ben to take Sammy into his room and stay there, and that I would be up in a moment, and then I sent a quick message to Terrence that basically said, "Rebecca is at the door, telling her to leave." I then unlocked the door, but keep the chain connected, and opened the door slightly, asking if I can help her. She stares at me for a second, and then huffs and lets out a snide chuckle. "I'm here to see my nephews. Where's Terrence?" I tell her that Terrence isn't here and that she would need to come back another time to talk to him about the situation. She then tells me that I need to let her in to see her nephews right then and there. At this point, Terrence is calling me, so I put the phone on speaker and I tell him that I was just informing Rebecca that she needed to leave. She starts yelling at me and at the phone, saying that she has a right to see her family and that he can't keep them from her. He calmly but directly says, "Rebecca, you need to leave. If you're not gone in 3 minutes, my brother will be calling the police and telling them that you're currently violating a restraining order. You aren't supposed to be anywhere near my sons, and you aren't supposed to be on my property. Phil, if she's not gone in 3 minutes, call the cops." I agreed, and he said to call him back and let him know what's going on and that he would be home soon, and then he hung up. At this point, Rebecca is screaming at me about how I'm ruining her life and calling me every derogatory and racist name that she can pull out of her mouth. I once again firmly tell her to leave, and I go to shut the door. She tries to push her hand in the gap to stop it from closing, but I wasn't having any of it. I kept pushing the door against her fingers, and if she was going to try to force her way in, then I was going to use force to keep her out. And after a few seconds of what I'm assuming was tremendous pain, she pulls her fingers back and I slam the door, locking the deadbolt and the knob. She starts yelling about how she's going to kill me and how I'm going to regret everything. I give her the 3 minutes, and by the end of it, she's in her car and driving off. So I text Terrence and let him know that she's gone, but that she was being incredibly violent with her words. He then tells me that if he sees her or a car that looks like hers drive by again, that I need to call the cops immediately and then tell them what happened. I did agree, and then we move on with the rest of the night. I give the boys their food. They're happy and full, and Ben asks if they can go play in their room. I told them it was fine, and honestly, my mind was on the possibility of Rebecca coming back, so it was best that they were in their room just in case. After about an hour of me sitting and watching SpongeBob myself, and listening to the boys play upstairs, I get up to go and check on them, and no sooner than I stood up, I heard what sounds like a loud smack on the front door, and the sound of the glass breaking. I duck, and I freak out. I grab my phone and I run upstairs into my nephew's room. I shut the door, and I call 911 immediately. Honestly, a good portion of this is a blur. I don't recall the phone call really. I think a lot of what I said to them was pure instinct, and a lot of my action was pure adrenaline. I thought that this crazy woman was seriously trying to break into the house to get to us, and I honestly thought that there was a high possibility that I was going to be killed and my nephews kidnapped. After standing in the room with my back against the door for several moments and telling the 911 operator about the situation, she said that the police would be there within a few minutes and to stay in the room. What I hated the most about this was that my nephews were just looking at me. Sammy was too young to process what was going on beyond me being in the room to play with them, and Ben just old enough to know that I was scared of something. I just sit on the floor and just wait, telling the boys to go back to playing. And they do. I am holding back tears, just waiting for what felt like an eternity for the police to arrive. And in reality, it was just 9 minutes. But it really felt like an hour. When I heard the police announce themselves, I told the boys to stay in the room and that I would be right back. I went out, and there were 2 officers standing at the door with their guns drawn, and several more cars in front of the house with their spotlights shining around the area. I let the officers in, and they asked if I'm okay or if anyone else was in the house. I tell them that I was watching my nephews and that the person that did this was likely their aunt. I explained the night to them, and they asked that I contact Terrence and see if he could come home. A long story short, and to skip over the conversation with the police, Rebecca had come back and thrown a brick through the garage windows and through the bay window in the living room. Even creepier, she had thrown a dead squirrel at the door, and that's what the initial thump was before the bricks came through the window. This woman had lost her mind and was legitimately trying to show how crazy she was. And while I was scared enough to pretty much piss my pants, I was horrified at the thought that she would have been willing to throw a brick through the living room window where one of her nephews could have seriously been sitting. She could have killed one of them easily if they would have been in the room. Thankfully, it was just me, and they were upstairs playing. The police took the statement, and they put out a call for her. They asked the neighbors if they had seen anything and all that. My brother bought security cameras for the window after that night, just in case. But from what I recall, she was picked up by the cops and won't be getting out anytime soon. So, Rebecca, the absolutely insane woman that happens to be my nephew's aunt, I hope you and I never meet again. I have been a long-time reader of this subreddit, so it is honestly kind of surreal that I now find myself writing about an experience that I had very recently. It was a Friday night, and I had gone to bed early as I had work on Saturday morning. After reading in bed for a bit, I drifted off at around 10:30 p.m., only to wake up about an hour later to loud screams and people yelling profanities. I thought my girlfriend was watching a movie with the volume way up, so I went out into the lounge room to ask her to turn it down a little. But instead, the TV was off, and my girlfriend was staring at the front door with her eyes wide. Our apartment is on the ground floor of the building, and so our front doors open directly out into the lobby of the building. The voices in question were coming directly from the lobby, and I could not make out specifics, but there was a lot of swearing. In my defense, I was half asleep, and the language of the country that I live in is not my first language. My first thought was that it was some kind of domestic dispute, but after listening, I realized that it was a group of men that sounded extremely aggressive. I looked at the WhatsApp group chat for my apartment building, and to my horror, I saw a message from one of the people in it that there were armed men in the building and that we should not leave our flats. The country I live in is experiencing a marked uptick in crime, and I had heard stories of armed groups of men robbing entire apartment blocks. But these had seemed fairly apocryphal to me. However, that was my first thought, that these men would kick down our door and then rob us. One of my dogs started to growl at the commotion outside, and I shushed him, and thankfully he obeyed. I heard a commotion in the apartment above me, and I went out to my patio to see what was happening. I heard what sounded like a large piece of furniture being knocked over, and women and children screaming in terror. At this point, I had no idea what was going on, but I knew that by now they would have robbed us already if that is what they had planned to do. My girlfriend and I decided to hide in a small shed at the end of our patio, monitoring the group chat on our phones. Our bigger dog silently stood watch outside of the door of the shed, and his eyes locked on the sliding door at the end of the patio. I would find my smaller dog later, cowering between the washing machine and the dryer. After 10 extremely tense minutes, I heard the screeching of tires, signaling what I hoped was the perpetrators fleeing the scene. Eventually, someone in the group chat said that the police had arrived, and we breathed a huge sigh of relief, and I came out of hiding and opened the front door. Alarmingly, on the floor of the lobby, there were zip ties that had been cut, and the security guard was talking to one of the tenants. The man was bleeding from a large gash on his face and looked extremely shaken. Over the next few hours, the story would unfold. The man I saw with a gash on his face was the tenant in the upstairs apartment, the one that I had heard the commotion coming from. He was the owner of an import/export business, and for whatever reason, had a sizable sum of money in cash hidden in his apartment. Someone had obviously found out about it and planned out the robbery that woke me from my sleep on Friday night. A group of 8 men had followed him into the apartment building's garage and then ambushed him as he got out of his car. And judging from the gash on his face, they roughed him up a bit. Some of the group of 8 had gone to the lobby, surprised the security guard, and then zip-tied him. And the remainder of the group had gone up to the apartment, robbed it, and then fled the scene. It is fairly chilling to think that armed men were mere meters from my front door. So, to the armed men that stormed my apartment building to steal my neighbor's cash, let's not meet. This happened to me when I was a teenager, some years ago, but I still think about it sometimes. So, me and my 4 friends were on this 1-hour bus ride to go to my parents' house to hang out. We were sitting and chatting in the back of the bus. The bus is empty except for us and this middle-aged man sitting a couple of seats away from us. He looked like a normal businessman on his way to work or something, wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase. But after a while, we noticed that he was behaving in a weird way. He was chugging down beers rapidly, which is not that common on the bus, and also, it was in the middle of the day. He was also pretty openly flipping through a porno magazine and kind of muttering to himself. Okay, weird, but we didn't really get too bothered. But after a while, he starts approaching us, sitting closer and small talking with us a bit. He was asking how old we are, where we're headed, and so on. We kind of just reply politely but try to end the conversation pretty quickly since he's creeping us out. Apart from the beer drinking and the porn magazine, you can really sense something is wrong with this guy. He's grinding his teeth a lot, and he has this blank stare like he is looking right through you, and he's not really there, you know? When we stop talking to him after a while, he just sits there silently and then stares at us for a while, breathing heavily like he's getting more and more agitated. And after a minute or so, he suddenly leans forward and then pulls down the sleeve of his shirt. On his arm, he has 3 big pairs of sharp-looking scissors duct taped to his arm with the sharp end pointing up towards his hand. He's stretching out his arm and making sure that we all see the scissors, and then he says, Does this make you respect me? Am I getting your respect now? We just sit there with our mouths open. I'm scared as shit, not really sure what to say or do, and just panicking because I'm not sure what this guy is capable of. And after a moment, he leans back again and continues staring at us, not saying anything more. And we don't say anything either, afraid of setting him off, I guess. Well, we get off the next station, all jittery and full of adrenaline after that weird encounter. If I wasn't a clueless teenager, I would have called the police at that point. But we didn't, and I still think about it sometimes and wonder what a guy like that, who is obviously unhinged, is capable of. And if he ever did something worse than just scare some teenagers by acting crazy. My auntie owns a local diner in the middle of a small town where everyone knows everyone. And recently, she had almost half of her waiters quit within a month, which she knew about but didn't tell me why when telling my mom this, and I overheard it while doing homework at the dining table. Then, she asked my mom if my 2 older sisters could help out, but my mom said that the oldest is moving out of town to live with her fiancé, but agreed to let my second older sister work. Then my auntie asked about me. Mind you, I'm a 15-year-old girl, and the last thing on my mind to do after school is going to work, even just for a few hours. Even if I find time to get home in the evening and then finish my homework, I still wouldn't like the idea at all. My mom was quiet for a little before agreeing, since even I know that money is a touchy subject. Ever since my dad divorced my mom, I was chosen to stay with my mom 100%, because my dad is an alcoholic and often liked to hurt my mom and have done some nasty things to my sisters and I. I don't know where he is now, probably in jail or married to another poor woman who will be his next victim, but that's partially the reason why we were struggling when it comes to money. Fast forward a week, I went to school on a Wednesday morning like normal, except I had to pack a set of extra clothes in my already stuffed backpack. My aunt talked to me and told me that I have to wear a uniform, and she doesn't want my mom to know what I wear. She wants me to put it into my backpack instead of going to school in it. She even said that she can wash it every week since it'll probably smell like eggs and other diner foods. I usually take the bus to school, so days that I work, I would take another bus that dropped me off about a 2-minute walk away from the diner. The bus driver really didn't care about if we got off on unusual stops, or maybe they had no idea and were just working for a paycheck, much like I'm about to do. And at each end of my shift, my auntie will drop me off back home after I change back, of course. Once at the diner, I would go to the back through the kitchen, which had 2 chefs who work harder than any cook that I have ever seen, and right to my auntie's office. There, I could see her computer on a desk and a whole lot of paperwork, some clothes all around, and it's just a total mess. My outfit is basically a button-down white t-shirt and a white miniskirt and one of those tiny aprons that only cover from waist to crotch area. I kind of like the way this fits on me, but the fact that I'm wearing all white means that I'm going to get dirty maybe every single night. My sister has a similar outfit, but her skirt is longer since she sometimes does shave her legs or something. I just know that I don't have the same issue she has. The first night went well, actually. I got a lot of people looking at me funny and asked if I'm a kid, to which I told them my age, and some of them were upset that a kid is working. Some were happy that they think that I'm trying to help the family business, and some were just weird and happy to just see me. Whatever the reason it was, I just like talking to people, so this was super easy. Plus, most of them didn't mind if I would bring out 1 plate at a time instead of like 5 or 6 like pro waitresses. But Friday night comes around, and this is the night that I finally meet the guy who's one of the main reasons why those other waitresses quit. My auntie really wanted me to meet him since he's in about 3 or 4 times a week and orders a good portion. His name was Larry, and he seems really nice and friendly. He even treated me more like a friend than a waitress. I would have me sit down with him while he told me stories about how he fixed cars, his travels for work, eats at every restaurant ever, and stayed at every hotel in the world. I never told him my age, but I'm pretty sure that he can tell that I'm a minor. Often enough, he sits at a booth in the corner of the restaurant, and he would ask me to sit beside him so he could kick his feet up on the other side of the bench, which I don't really mind. But it only started to get weird when he would poke one of the buttons hidden from my apron and think it's my belly button, and then ask if I had an outie belly button and if I'm ticklish. I do in fact have an outie belly button, but I didn't tell him that. I would just fake a giggle, and sometimes I would feel his hand brush up on my chest, which I don't care much of either, but there was a few times that I felt like he was feeling my chest for my nipple, which I still don't know why he would want to see them since my chest is still pretty flat. Again, I'm 15 and I know that it will grow. Sometimes he grabs my arm or my thigh and then he gives me massages, which really don't feel good, and if I tell him that I don't like it, he just tells me that I will start to like it. Usually, after every visit from Larry, I would make up a dozen excuses that I needed to go before he would accept and then let me go. I didn't mind anything weird about Larry. He seems innocent enough, like a grandpa who just wants to spend time with his grandkids. But I really wish I wasn't chosen to babysit him every time he comes here. And since he spends like $100 a week here, my auntie tells me to just ignore and let him ramble on, since he's the reason that this business is still afloat, which are my auntie's words. I'm pretty sure $100 a week cannot cover the rent alone. After about a week of seeing Larry almost most of my shift, he came in with his laptop and showed me his Facebook and told me to look myself up so we can be friends. I seriously don't want Larry in my life 24/7, so I just lied and I told him that I never made a Facebook. He simply laughed, thought for a second, and wrote my whole name out in the search bar. For a second, I was so shocked that I turned pale, even for my light skin. I had a name tag, but only my first name. But my stupid sister probably told him our last name when he asked. She may be older, but she doesn't act like it. He found a picture of me and sent a friend request, to which my phone goes off, making Larry laugh, and my heart dropped into my stomach. He sent me a few messages just to hear my phone go off a few times as I pulled it out and fake laughed before swallowing the throw up in my mouth. He then proceeds to go through my gallery, which my Facebook is public, since I was pretty stupid enough to want to make as many friends as possible, much like Instagram, and try to gain as many followers. He found pics of me that I wish he wouldn't find and could comment on how my clothes are too revealing and that I should take these pictures down. He commented on my friends and how he could find me a good set of friends to be with, to which I had no idea who he's referring to since he told me before that he has no kids and he lives alone. Then, even seeing pics of me with my belly button revealed and comment on my outie belly button and poke my belly again. I could really feel his finger trying to find my belly button again, which just felt so disgusting that I just got up without a reason this time and I just stormed to my auntie's office. I confessed everything to her and told her how disgusted I am. And at first, she seemed to be on my side, but when I explained the things he did to me, she quickly changed sides and told me that I'm just over-exaggerating and he's just treating me like a kid in a friendly way. I wanted to burst out crying and ask my sister for help, even wanting to talk to my mom about this and confess it all. But my sister calmed me down and told me how auntie would have to let us go. Then, we wouldn't have enough money to keep our apartment, and then we'll have to live with Dad. I have no idea if this were true, but the things my dad did to me are in fact worse than what Larry had done so far. So fast forward a few months to present day, I still work at the diner and still see Larry on an almost daily basis. He still acts the same and once in a while touches me, but it's gotten to a point that it's nothing too concerning, like my chest or thigh, which I still don't care about too much. I only care when he tries to touch my belly button or nipple. I know that for summer, Mom will make me work, and because of my age, I legally can't find a job anywhere else. I'm pretty much okay if I have to keep working for summer. The only good thing about Larry is that he would often order twice in one sitting, which made Auntie very happy, and I would get a good tip because of it. I guess if you have advice, then I'll take it, but I don't think that getting rid of Larry will be of my best interest, since I've read too many creepy stories of stalker situations, and trying to escape the creep only makes things worse. But also, Auntie probably would fire me, and Mom would be upset. If I reveal all of this to Mom, this would only make our family situation much worse, since my mom relies on Auntie way too much. But either way, it feels good to share this, I feel like just talking about it makes me feel better, and reading other stories make me feel like I'm not alone and maybe I'll find help in the best way. I might be in this situation for a while, but sharing it relieves some of my stress. Thanks again for listening. If I have any updates, I will post them here. This happened around 2021 in India, around COVID period where lockdowns were still very much effective. My dad used to live in another city, my brother was in college, and my mom had a government job, so she had to go to her office every day. So, I was basically left alone from 10 a.m. to around 6 p.m. We used to live in an apartment unit, but it had two doors. One was the main door, and the other one was located in the biggest bedroom, basically my parents' room. The door was clearly locked with an actual lock from the outside, but it also had a metal sliding door, the one with the chain structure, and it was also locked from the outside. We had a ring bell on the outside, but it was just connected to a small bulb in the bedroom. So, one day at around 12 p.m., I was in my room, which was basically adjacent to my parents' room, and I felt, I don't know, weird. So I just went to check the room. I went to the room to see the bulb blinking, which meant that someone was ringing the doorbell. My mom used to say to just ignore it because if it was someone we knew ringing it, they would know the real door. I stood there for a moment when the person started knocking really hard on the door like it was straight up rattling. But the thing was, due to the metal gate in front of it, it would be very hard to put your hand inside to knock at the actual door. Even I couldn't put then half of my palm on it. And this man was straight up banging on it. I got scared and I called my mom, who told me to not panic. But I was really weirded out, so I locked my parents' door with the lock that they had, and I went downstairs to chill in my brother's room. It was one of those days where my mom straight up wouldn't return like till 8 p.m., so I was alone for a long time, and I was scared to even go upstairs. Around 6 p.m., our helper auntie came, and I was a little better that someone else was in the house. And during that time, I used to take private classes, and my teacher used to come around at 7:30 p.m., so I really felt better that I'd be having people. Our main door had a big window just beside it, so whenever someone was at the door, we used to open the window to check who it was before opening it. But Auntie had the habit to open it without checking. Like, you memorize the timings of people, so you just open it because you know that it will be them kind of thing. Fortunately that day, when the doorbell rang, she opened the window, and then she came to my brother's room to tell me that I had a cake delivery. The thing is, I didn't, obviously, so I went out to check through the window. There was a man with a cap hiding his face, holding a very small box. Now, a cake box is very square and big, right? Even a pound cake has a big-ass box. And in India, we have a very small sweet box, so imagine a 100-gram sweet box being called a cake box. And I asked him who was the delivery for. He didn't give me any name, not even of the company. He just told me that it was for our flat. I called my mom and asked if she had made the delivery, and she didn't know what I was talking about. So the dude was like, just accept the box and open the door. And by a miracle, my teacher walked up the stairs and asked what was happening. The dude saw my teacher and he ran up the stairs, and we let our teacher enter. Later, when my mom inquired about a delivery guy coming to our flat with a security guard, he said that he wasn't there at his post for around half an hour when it happened. And we didn't have any CCTVs in our building, so no one saw him. It wasn't that scary, maybe, but it did shake me up, and I asked my mom to at least come quickly from her office on the next day. And I didn't stay upstairs when I was home alone. For a little bit of a background, I'm a 24-year-old female who loves scary stories, horror movies, true crime, and etc. It takes a lot to scare me, though I haven't actually experienced many terrifying, life-threatening events, fortunately. Now, on to the story. This was during the middle of August in North Texas summer 2023, so the nighttime temperatures were around 100 degrees. My dad and one of my brothers, who's 11, drove an hour north into the countryside to go stargazing for my brother's Scout merit badge. There are some twisty gravel roads in the forest as you approach Black Creek Lake. We got to see a coyote, a deer, and 2 raccoons. We live in the city, so we don't often see such animals. We thought that it would be our excitement for the night. We then finally made it to the recreational park grounds beside the lake. The layout is simple. If you're standing in the round parking lot, then the campgrounds are to the north and west, and the lake is south, and the path in and out is east of us. There are no official campgrounds east of this recreational area, which is important for later. We got there at around 10 p.m. and then we set up. We were able to successfully see some stars through my telescope as well as Saturn, which was really exciting for us. And throughout this whole time though, there were 2 parties, or what might have been one group, in the parking lot and a surrounding nearby area. One party was kayaking and then later fishing from the boat ramp area west of us. And to the north in the lot were 2 cars. From that direction, we were constantly hearing a loud, irritating voice of a woman who was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to be there. She continuously cursed at someone or no one in particular, and at one point was mad at someone for taking her keys and obstructing her from driving, which obviously made it sound like she was drunk or under some other influence. At one point in the night, at around 11 p.m., we hear someone loudly, sporadically honk one of the car horns over and over in random patterns. Then, we hear the obnoxious woman rudely tell someone to wake up over and over again, then proceeding to hold down the horn for a few seconds at a time, and then continuing her assault on the horn in our ears. By this point, my family and I are just about ready to leave due to this loud commotion. I personally was fixing to go over there myself and tell her off, but I knew that probably wasn't the best idea. I definitely didn't want to put myself and my unborn baby in any danger. But then, for about 20 to 30 minutes, we were able to watch the stars in relative peace with little noise coming from the other 2 parties. Fortunately, none of these people were directly involved with what happened next, but it may have been the cause of it. Just before midnight, we packed up our stargazing stuff and got in the car. Now, the gravel path to exit is up a slight hill or slope, meaning from the parking lot, you can't see past where the path goes up and around a couple trees. We drive up the hill, and just as the headlights came back down to illuminate the path in front of us and the trees to our right side, it was right then and there that we see a man, wearing only black shorts and no shirt on. The timing was straight out of a horror movie to just suddenly see someone out of nowhere. He was in his late 20s or 30s and had short, dark hair. And just as the light hit him, he was standing and walking right there, just to the right of our car, in front of us at a very close distance, only a couple of feet away. The guy had been walking towards our direction and upon seeing us, quickly raised both his arms to flip us off with both hands. He keeps his hands and arms raised and is quickly and loudly saying something to us with anger or something in his voice. We couldn't understand what he was saying though, since we had the radio on, and all of this happened quickly. The second the man saw us, he started walking toward our car faster. My dad was driving slowly initially to avoid the agitated man, thinking that he might need help. My dad in a confused voice says, What is he doing?" But I just reply with, "Nope, go, go, go!" And then we sped off. I knew that this was not a situation where we needed to stick around and ask questions. It freaked me out a little imagining what would have happened if the guy had reached the car a few seconds later if we hadn't sped off. I'm not very familiar with my dad's car, and it scares me that I might have ended up pressing the wrong button to unlock my door, and the guy could have opened it and done who knows what. We left and never had anything else happen. But we did wonder who that guy was and where he came from. The direction he was walking from had no official campgrounds, only the forest. Maybe he lived in one of the scattered houses in the woods that we'd passed by on our long journey. I wondered why he had been walking in our direction toward the recreational area. My best theory is that he wanted to confront the group that had been honking the horn and waking up the entire forest, but upon seeing our car leave, maybe he thought that it had been us making the racket. Even if that's not it, or the man needed help, which is not likely considering his reaction to us, I couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. I hope that no harm came to those other two parties that night. First of all, this is the story of my worst hitchhiking experience. This incident was sketchy as fuck, but I still wouldn't give up my love for hitchhiking. I'm a 21-year-old man from Finland, and I was 20 at the time of the incident. Anyway, to the story. This happened on the 2nd of December last year in Kalamata, Greece. I had been hitchhiking for quite a while at that point. I had started from Budapest, and I had hitchhiked through 7 different countries with only positive outcomes. The story begins at around 11 a.m. on Saturday. Some hours before I had woken in my hammock hung up behind the castle ruins, in the only place that had trees that weren't someone's olive trees. I was tired from the lack of sleep caused by the cold night and early wake up by noises of the busy market across the street. After a quick tour of the town and some breakfast, it was time for hitchhiking. I made a sign with the words Athens and Sparta in Greek, and I was standing by a road leading to a roundabout where the first exit goes towards Areopoli, the second towards Sparta, and the third towards Athens. A lot of cars drove by, but nearly all of them took the first exit. It took at least an hour for the first car to stop. It was this small, quite old, worn-out white car, and driving it was an older guy around 60 who looked like a little dirty. He had greasy hair, some teeth missing, and a big nose filled with visible blackheads. He didn't really speak English, but I could understand that he was going to Sparta. I was a bit frustrated by the fact that pretty much all the cars were going towards Areopoli, so I thought that this may be my only chance, and I jumped in. We are trying to have a conversation, but without a shared language, it isn't really possible. We introduced ourselves, and I try to explain where I'm from. He smokes and offers me a cigarette too, but I refuse. We drive just shy of 6 kilometers before the guy suddenly makes a left turn and we end up in his yard. He stops the car, gets up, and signals me to follow. So I do. I take my bags and I feel a bit confused. It's a small house on the mountain surrounded by sheep and olive trees. There's a dog sleeping in the sun, but it doesn't seem to be bothered by us at all. We walk to his balcony/terrace that surrounds his house, and I put my bags inside of his house and I join him sitting on the balcony. He lights up another cigarette and asks if I want to eat something or maybe take a shower. I refuse, and with the help of Google Translate, I ask why we aren't going to Sparta. He answers that I can sleep at his house and he'll drive me there tomorrow. I try to explain that I would like to get to Sparta or even to Athens today, so staying at this place isn't really an option. I'm pointing out that there's not that many cars going past his house, like maybe one every 15 minutes, and only some 4 to 5 hours of daylight left, so every minute is valuable to me. He doesn't really seem to understand me, so I just get up. I walk through the door to grab my bags. I put my backpack on and pick up my other bag, and I turn over and see him inside. I try to walk out, but he stops me and then guides me to the side. He locks the door and then turns to me. At this moment, I'm not panicking or anything because I assume that this is a form of hospitality and he's just doing this jokingly to maybe offer me some food. I keep saying no to him, but he doesn't care. And now, he is standing right in front of me and I'm starting to feel very disturbed by his presence. For some reason, I keep staring at his black head-filled nose. The image still haunts me. He opens his mouth and raises his right hand in a loose fist in order to show me some blowjob motion. I'm still saying no to him, but he suddenly grabs me by the crotch and I can feel this cold tingling sensation shivering through my body as my hair stood on end. I kept saying no and I start to raise my fist in order to hit him. He stands like this for a couple of seconds and thank God he lets go. I'm still feeling the urge to hit him, but I don't. He asks, "No sex?" And I almost shout, "No!" at him in a tone that makes it sound that I'm questioning the question itself. So he opens the door and I'm free. I walk out feeling so fucking creeped out by this experience. I walk past the dog to the road and I see 2 pickup trucks on the other side of the road. The trucks are surrounded by a group of hunters carrying shotguns on their shoulders. This makes me instantly feel a lot safer. I keep walking by the road for a while before a car passes me by. It's quite warm and I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I empty one of my water bottles and turn it upside down, showing it to the cars passing by so they would think that I'm out of water. This works and the second car stops. I get to Sparta and later that day to Athens safely. But I felt disgusting until I got to take a shower. All the kindness that I had experienced while hitchhiking before this event had made me too comfortable, and I had let my guard down. I think humans are good by nature, but probably trusting every stranger is a stretch. Stranger danger is still overrated though. Additional notes. 1. I'm quite a lean guy, not that strong, so I was lucky that the situation didn't end up worse, though I think I could have beaten that also very lean shepherd grandpa. 2. As a safety measure, I carried a knife with me, but it wasn't on me at that moment of the incident. Also, the knife could have made the situation worse. Obviously, I wouldn't have stabbed him unless it wasn't necessary. Number 3. My mind was running like a million miles an hour during and after this experience, and I thought about how everything could have turned out in the worst case. I also thought about beating the guy, telling about the incident to the hunters, and calling the police. But I ended up doing nothing and just walking away. I hope karma gets to him eventually. And lastly, after this experience, I still think hitchhiking is the best way of traveling. So, to that sick fuck of a person, let's never meet again. After hearing some similar stories on a few forums that I follow, I felt compelled to share an experience that I had as a child. This happened when I went to my friend Brody's birthday party around the age of 11. Brody and I were pretty decent friends at that time. We hung out after school at each other's houses before, but it was usually at mine. That was typically both of our preferences, thanks to his older brother. Brody had a brother that I'll call Chad that was around 16 at the time of this event. Chad was a complete ass. He bullied not only Brody, but any of his friends that he had over, including me. He would barge into his room when we were in there, make remarks about us, throw things at us, and then leave. He even on occasion would try to do things physically to us, like if we were walking by. Like he would stick his leg out to trip us, smack us in the back of our head, or push our head down on the table as he walked by. It didn't matter to him as long as he had some way to bully us. And if he wasn't afraid to do it to me, I'm sure he treated Brody's other friends the same way. The only time that he didn't really do this was when his mom was around. She wouldn't tolerate it and would immediately stop him, yell at him, and whatever she had to do to make him stop. And needless to say, when she was home, I preferred to be in the same room as her. For the party, Brody's mom was renting out the local community center to have the party, which meant more people and more opportunities to get lost in the crowd of people. There were probably about 20 kids or so that showed up, and most parents stayed around too. My parents had dropped me off and left, and after a few hours and all the games being played and cake being eaten, we started coming up with our own games to play. One of those was a version of tag where one person is it, but if they start chasing you, you have to call out someone else's name so they chase them instead. So, as we started playing this, who else walks in but Chad and two of his friends? I know, I was pretty disappointed in this, but the fact that a few of our mutual friends had the same reaction told me everything that I needed to know. He came over to us, grabbed Brody by the head, and told him happy birthday. Then he asked what we were playing. When we told him, he said he wanted to play too. My fear was that he was going to ask to be it, and one of us was going to get seriously hurt. I was half right. Surprisingly, he didn't ask to be it, but he and his friends got in the circle with us, and we all began. Our friend that was it started chasing someone else, and as my attention is on the friend being chased, I failed to notice Chad approach me until I had the wind knocked out of me. I fell to the ground, trying to figure out what happened, when I suddenly felt a bunch of pressure on my back. Once I can finally breathe again, I realized that the pressure was someone on my back, like sitting on me or holding me down. Chad then got on his knees, with his head on the floor looking at me with an ugly and creepy grin. I tried fighting to get up, but the one on my back had a hold of my arm and was twisting it back. I was in excruciating pain from my arm and to my face and my stomach, and I was already having trouble breathing. And just when I think I'm probably just going to get beat up, I see Chad bring a little pocket knife up to my face, and he asked me if I wanted a party favor. I started screaming. Then I heard other kids screaming and crying. At the same time, Brody was letting out these horrible cries for help, but I didn't know what to do. I could tell he was scared, and hell, I was scared too. We were only 10 and 11 years old. We were not a threat to three 16-year-olds. Thankfully, after what felt like an eternity, I heard Brody's mom yelling for Chad to get off of me. I could see his face instantly change. He tried to scramble to his feet, all the while hiding the knife. However, he didn't do a very good job, because the way he stood up and slid his hand back, he still ended up cutting part of my neck and chin. And once he was up, I got to my feet as well, holding my face from the pain. His mom yelled at him and made him and his friends leave immediately, which they did. She then rushed me to the restroom to help clean up my face, but I could tell by the look on her face that it wasn't good. She kept apologizing to me and hugging me with tears in her eyes. I was only 11, but man, I felt so sorry for her. She was always such a kind lady, and Brody was always chill too. I never understood why or how Chad turned out the way he did. And once we finished in the restroom, she brought me back out to the others and asked me to stay by her so she could call my parents. They came and picked me up shortly after and then took me to the hospital. I had to get 8 stitches. That night was pretty crappy after that. My mom was pissed about the whole thing, as I remember her blaming Brody's mom for not paying attention, but she wasn't even at the party. I tried to tell her that he wasn't at the party at the start and he just showed up, so I don't think he was supposed to be there, but it didn't matter to her. She thought the right thing to do was to press charges against Chad. Thankfully, that didn't really go anywhere, and his mom settled it by agreeing to pay the hospital bills. I may have been a kid at that time, but as an adult now, I don't really feel like that was the best course of action. But I also don't really talk to my mom anymore. That may be related, who knows. Unfortunately, this definitely strained the friendship between Brody and I. I wasn't allowed to be over there anymore, and anytime I asked if he could come over, there was always a reason why he couldn't. Because of this, we hung out at school, but that was it, and we slowly drifted apart until we eventually moved on and I completely lost touch with him. I really feel bad for Brody because I'm afraid I probably wasn't the only friend he lost because of his brother. Chad, just for some reason, was evil and still have no idea why. All I know is that I have a permanent scar on my chin and large gatherings still kind of scare me. But I hope Brody and his mom are doing okay. And I hope Chad got whatever kind of help he needed. And I hope that I never meet him again. This isn't really creepy, but it was scary for sure. I know I am not the parent in this situation, but rather the kid. This was, who knows, years ago. I was young, maybe like 7 or 8, and I was with my 2 other siblings, my little brother and older sister. We were all 3 years apart. Anyways, we were all in the car waiting for our mom, who had gone inside a Pizza Delight to pick up our food, which she had pre-ordered beforehand. This was in Bayers Lake, I think. We were only alone in there for a minute, and I was tired, so I was half asleep against the window. I was abruptly woken up to aggressive and loud banging on our car window. My sister, maybe 10 at that time, was sitting shotgun. I was in the back seat diagonal from her, and my little brother, probably 4, was beside me. We all immediately looked to where the sound came from and saw a 40 to 50-year-old looking lady. I don't remember much about her, and it was late out, but her hair was kind of frizzy, thin, and crazy looking. It was silvery blonde, and she had a receding hairline and was sweating profusely on her forehead. She looked a little on the heavy side, and her face was practically pressed up against the glass, and she had an intense, crazy look. She held her phone up against the window, my sister's window, with a white emergency dial screen up, and then she yelled something at us. I can't remember what it was, and my mom was literally walking back to the car when this happened, and she was like, "What the hell?" So she immediately gets into the car, and the woman runs around to her door and then grabs it, yelling at her how she's a terrible person for leaving her kids alone in a car and that she was going to call CPS. Our mom explains to her that she was only gone for 5 minutes max, and that she had a 10-year-old in the car with a phone, and that the car was locked, and that she could see the car from where she was in the restaurant. But the lady kept screaming at my mom though, and then she grabs my mom's wrist. So, my mom, who is in the military, immediately rips her hand off her wrist and then slams her door shut, rolls down the window to give her the bird, and then books it. The woman was screaming the whole time and looked genuinely insane and terrifying. Anyways, we later dubbed her Pizza Karen around 2020 when we were reminiscing about the event, and we laugh about it now. But yeah, that's my story. A few years ago, I don't remember exactly when, my husband and I were talking about random things, and I remember that it was mentioned that I had never actually been camping. Like, I had camped in my own backyard as a kid, but I had never had an actual camping trip. This was apparently the wrong thing to have mentioned to him, because within the week, we were making plans. Or more so, he was making plans to have a camping trip within the month. We went all out on it too. He found a nearby campground that wasn't expensive. He bought all the equipment, and he got everything ready to go in what felt like a couple of days. So the day came for us to get on the road and get to the campground. We packed up all our clothes and daily items, got the stuff in the car, and then headed out. I admit, I have never been much of a nature lover. As a kid, I was more into staying inside and playing with my Nintendo than going out on a hiking or swimming or whatever. Yeah, I know that sounds like a boring childhood, but it was mine and it was what I liked. So, needless to say, when we got to the actual campground and it was nothing but empty space and trees, I was a bit enamored. It was gorgeous. He had found a spot that was near a small waterfall that was over a small pool of water. On top of that, it was pretty isolated, in that there were no campers anywhere near our spot. Once we got our tent set up and were confident that we were good to go, I was super excited and I was eager to take a hike around the area. I had brought my digital camera and I wanted to get some pictures of anything and everything that we could, and I absolutely did. We walked around and I got pictures of some wildflowers, I got a few shots of birds, and even got a picture of a deer. As we were hiking, we ended up in a small section of trees that looked like it had been recently cleared out, like someone had been staying there in a tent or something and had recently left. As we approached the cleared out section, the smell of something dead hit me, and hard. It didn't take long to figure out where the smell was coming from. Nearby, we found the carcass of a deer that looked like it had been killed, bled, and then partially eaten, but then left to rot. It made me a bit sick, but my husband looked pretty angry and mentioned that it's actually illegal to leave your kills like that and that we should go back to our spot and then report it to the game warden. When we got back, I let him do all that since I had no idea about any of it. I hopped into the tent and I started going through all my pictures that I have taken. I was actually super happy with how things were going, well, minus the dead animal. And after he had gotten done talking to the game warden, he mentioned that we should consider turning in since it was getting late, and I agreed with him. We stayed up for a little while and just kind of enjoyed each other's company. And after a couple of hours, I started dozing off, so he zipped up the tent and we decided to sleep for the night. Then, after a few hours, I was awoken by the strangest thing. Rain hitting my face. At first, I didn't think anything of it. We were out in the woods and sleeping in a tent after all. But then it hit me. Yes, we were in a tent, but the tent was sealed and there shouldn't be any water coming in at all. My eyes shot open and I immediately freaked out. The door to our tent was completely unzipped and open. I shook my husband awake and I told him that the tent door was open. At first, he thought that we must have left it open. Then I explained to him that I hadn't left the tent since we went to sleep and he hadn't either. Once he sat up and realized what I was saying, he agreed that it was weird. He stepped out of the tent with our camping flashlight and then looked around in the woods for anything, but then came back in and told me that there was no one out there. We both kind of just accepted it for what it was and we confirmed that nothing was missing, so it was just a weird situation. But it got weirder. In the morning, after we were fully awake and ate breakfast, I decided that I wanted to show him some of the pictures that I had taken the day before on our hike. I turned on my camera and I went to the pictures, which immediately takes you to the last picture that was taken. There, on the screen, was a picture of myself and my husband sleeping in the tent. The timestamp was around 2 in the morning on the night before, which seriously scared the hell out of me. I immediately showed him the picture and I mentioned the whole tent door being open thing. I was panicking. He, of course, told me to calm down, but then I told him that whoever it was that had opened our tent was able to reach past me, grab my camera, and then take a picture of us without me noticing, because my camera was right by my head. I don't think the weight of what could have happened really hit him, but it was definitely apparent to me. If this person was any more of a psycho, I likely would have been dead. At my request, we ended up packing all of our stuff and heading out to the office for the campgrounds to file a report. They took the info and then probably did nothing with it, but at least they were aware of the situation. This was the one and only time that I have ever been camping, and I don't think I will ever feel comfortable doing it again, mostly because I don't know if this person had malicious intent or if this was just some dumb prank or something. But either way, it scared the living hell out of me. I've always been the kind of person that likes to take night drives. The roads are less congested and the world seems to settle into a settling calm, and my thoughts drift freely as I navigate the dark, quiet streets. I have one drive, however, that changed a lot of things for me. One that sort of ruined things for me and made me realize how close to death my simple little drive got me. It was about 2 in the morning and I was returning home from a friend's house. The drive was a smooth one. I knew it like the back of my hand. I was just drifting along with my headlights piercing the darkness, the radio playing softly in the background as I kept on down this seemingly endless road, flanked by dense woods on either side. As I was breathing in the cool night air as it blasted in my face through the window, I noticed a car stopped on the side of the road with its hazards flashing. I kind of paused mentally for a moment thinking, should I stop? It was really late and I was alone, but the idea of leaving someone stranded in the middle of the road like that just didn't sit right with me. I decided to stop just ahead of the car, a safe distance away from the stranded vehicle. A man stepped out of the car and I noticed that he was limping slightly, but a look of relief spread across his face as he approached my window, so I assumed that he did need my help. He looked a bit disheveled and he was wearing a dirty shirt and some old-looking sweatpants. Nothing about him was screaming red flag. He just looked like he chose to dress lazily that day, or maybe he just didn't have a lot of money. Hey, thank you so much for stopping. My car, it broke down. His voice trembled a bit from what I assumed was the cold. Is there any way that I could ask you to give me a ride to the nearest gas station? I hesitated a bit, torn between wanting to help this guy and that nagging feeling that something was a bit off. I could call a tow truck for you. I figured that I should at least offer that to see if that would be enough. The guy sighed and looked around for a moment and then shivered. I appreciate that, but that would take too long. It's seriously freezing out here. Please, just a quick ride? This is where I started to feel a bit guilty. It was pretty cold and he was definitely not dressed for the weather. I hesitated, but then decided that it was a quick ride down the road, so I let that part of me that wanted to help out win. He got in, thanking me profusely and then directing me to a gas station a few miles down the road. After he gave me the directions, he just sat there silently staring out the window. I glanced at him occasionally, noticing that he was clenching his hands, sweating quite a bit, and just looking a bit unsettled. This kind of bothered me since he said that it was too cold outside, but now he's sweating? A bit strange, but I just figured that I would get him to the gas station and it would be over. We finally arrived at the gas station and he thanked me and got out of the car. His voice was still a bit shaky. He then shut the door, and as he was walking away, I noticed something on the floor of the car. I was about to roll down the window and call out to the guy to tell him that he dropped something. But when I clicked on the cab light, I noticed what it was on the floor. It was a knife. A small kitchen knife, smeared with blood. After a second or two it clicked. He was holding this knife in his pant leg. That's why he was limping. It had fallen out during the trip, and I guessed that he just didn't notice that it wasn't there anymore because he was walking towards the gas station. I immediately grabbed my phone and I called 911, telling them that I just gave a ride to a guy that I think may have stabbed someone. I had to explain the whole situation, and as I was doing so, I thought about the car. I realized that he was in the seat, but I didn't see him driving. I just saw him get out, and he didn't want me to call a tow truck, which made me think that his victim could have been in the car. Well, to wrap this up, I drove back in the direction of the car with 911 still on the phone, informing them where I was going, and I told them that I would wait for the officers. I had to give them all the information that I could, what the guy looked like, what he was wearing, everything that he had said. And I will also note that there was no one in the car, so I was wrong on that thought. They took the knife and they took the car, and I was questioned a lot about the whole thing. After a while, I think they were satisfied that I wasn't involved, but they told me that they would call me if they had any further questions. I have literally no idea if they ever caught the guy. I did get called in again for some more questions, but the questions seemed really vague, like they didn't know where to take the investigation. I do hope that they caught him eventually, and I hope that they found whoever it was that he had stabbed. And to this day, I cannot shake the visual of that man as he got out of my car. I will remember his face for probably the rest of my life. And with all this said, I hope that he and I never meet again. Okay, so this just happened to me and my buddy over the weekend, and I wanted to share this here. I am a 22-year-old man, and I have been living with my grandma since I was about 11. And now that I'm a bit older, I have been able to take care of her as her health has taken a downward slope. However, she is still able to get around on her own at home and is still fully there mentally. So sometimes I go out with some friends for the night just to kick it. Sometimes there are recreationals involved, but we stay out of trouble. I couldn't imagine doing something to disappoint the woman that has raised me. So, anyways, this was one of those nights where Curtis and I met up at our local spot to enjoy a night of no responsibilities and no one depending on us to do something. Our go-to spot was behind a building that had been abandoned some time ago. There was a narrow alleyway that connected it to some kind of doctor's or dental office, but it closed at normal hours, so there wasn't another person in sight. We would sit back there to smoke and bullshit for hours before we finally would leave. That night, we got on the topic of food, and as it goes, we started craving some of our favorite junk food. We made our way out through the alley and to the nearest gas station, and once we were satisfied with our purchase, we went back to our spot. Walking through that alley was normal for us. We walked to that spot from his place since it was close, and that way, a parked car at an abandoned or closed building wouldn't alarm anyone. Being in that alley in the dark didn't really scare us, especially when we weren't alone. It may not have been the best place in town, but we knew how to take care of ourselves. Not to mention, it was an unwritten rule that if you kept to yourself and you mind your own business, no one would bother you or say anything to you. So, when we were walking through the alley and we saw a lanky and scruffy-looking old man, we didn't think anything of it, and we kept our conversation low and did not make eye contact. But as we passed the guy, he let out the low, "Hey!" So, we slowed our pace, but we kept walking and looked back at the guy. He held up his hand as if he was greeting us and asked if we had any smokes. I've been there before, so I stopped and pulled out one to give to him. He then lit it with a matchbook he had, thanking me, and as we nodded, we continued on. A pretty simple reaction that we thought nothing else of. We then got back to our spot and started talking and screwing off again when we saw that same guy walking out of the alley and towards us. We weren't going to really be able to hide what we were doing, or rather smoking, so we just sat there, waiting to see how this would play out. The man approached and asked if we had any extra that he could smoke too. If it kept the guy from snitching on us, I was happy to share, so I gave him some and he was actually pretty cool. He asked us some general and not too personal questions, like if we hung out there a lot and how we found this place. He even told us some interesting stories that he knew about the building we were behind. He seemed totally fine while we were talking. But then, he dropped his head like he was in deep thought. We sat in silence for a minute before Curtis and I started talking to each other again. Going on like there wasn't a third person sitting there with us. Everyone has their own things that they are trying to work out, so I felt it best to let him sit there and not interrupt him. But as we are talking, he started muttering to himself, but there was nothing we could make out. After this continued for a bit, the guy slowly looked up and was staring right at me. Thinking he may have just had something he wanted to say, I looked back at him and just said, "What's up, boss?" "You shouldn't be here." I was confused at first, partially annoyed, thinking we were about to get some dumb lecture from some random guy about wasting our lives. But then it turned to confusion when I started thinking about how he's been sitting here with us the whole time too. What exactly was his whole plan here then? Curtis and I looked at each other and he asked the man, "What do you mean?" "This is a dangerous place. You never know what you might encounter." Still feeling annoyed and confused, I made a comment about him being here too or something to that effect. That's when, without breaking eye contact, he smiled at me and said, "I know. I've seen bad things happen here. I know things that you couldn't possibly understand." Curtis started talking about how he was killing the mood, and I agreed with him. This was supposed to be our time away from everything else, and now we got this stranger in our self-claimed spot talking about things that made no sense. We made a motion to each other to just get up and leave when the guy once spoke again. "I know things about you, Isaiah. Things that you don't even understand about yourself." Now, when we're out doing what we were that night, we rarely actually use each other's full name. It was either us calling each other C or I, or one of the nicknames that we'd given each other. And I can guarantee you that night that we never said our names around that guy. So, how did he know my name? I stood up and I asked him how he knew me again. And without as much as a flinch, the guy looked up at me smiling and said, "It's easy when you have my eyes. Would you like to see into them too?" I hadn't noticed before, as I had no reason to pay much attention to what he looked like. But as I stood over him, and the single light from above us lit up his face, I noticed his left eye was glossed over and still, unlike his right eye. It was a fake eye. Call me a jerk, but normally that stuff I wouldn't even notice or care about. But between his cryptic talking, knowing my name, and the night now feeling tense, I was pretty unnerved by this. Curtis looked at me and basically just motioned that we should go, and I agreed. And as we started walking away, he continued to sit in the same spot not looking at us, and then said, "The night will always find you." We picked up our pace and got the hell out of there. We went back to Curtis's house to try and shake off the bad vibes, our high already ruined. And shortly after, I just went home and to bed, hoping that that guy was just off and that I would never see him again. Everything was fine the next day, and even for most of the week, until I was walking home from the gas station. It felt like I was being stared at, and typically, I just got this annoyed feeling. You know that kind when you want to look at someone and you want to say, "You got a problem?" But this time, I was feeling more on edge. My fight or flight was kicking in, and I started looking around all over. That's when I saw him, on the other side of the street, standing next to a bus stop. It was the same man. I stopped walking, and I just stared at him, as he was clearly already staring at me. I didn't do anything, but stood still until he lifted his arm to wave at me, smiling. I just picked up my pace to get home quickly, and thankfully he didn't follow. I told Curtis about it, so we've been avoiding our normal spot, not wanting to run into him again. So far, neither of us have seen him, but I don't want to take any chances. I don't know if this guy had bad intentions, if he was just trying to scare us, or maybe he was crazy. But whatever it was, I did not like the vibes that I got from that man. I'll update you if I do run into him again, but to be honest, I hope I won't have to. A bunch of years ago, I matched with a guy on Tinder. I was a freshman in college, and I just got out of a relationship and was having fun. I matched with this guy, male and 24, and we can call him D. He was a little odd, but we had similar interests and we went to the same school, so I thought, why not? Well, the red flags started rolling in immediately when I said I would go on a date with him. Of course, the fact that he was much older isn't lost on me as an initial red flag. At this time, I didn't have a car, so D offers to pick me up. But then he tells me that he is not in town, but that he would leave his grandmother's funeral early, which was at a minimum 5 hours away, to just come and pick me up. He showed up in sweatpants, a wife beater, and flip-flops, which struck me odd because he said he was coming from a funeral. We hadn't made plans just to get a bite to eat and hang out. Since he had been out of town, he asked if it was okay if we stopped to pick up his dog. He had left his dog with a friend. I like dogs, so I was like, no problem. It's dark and we pull up to an apartment complex, and he leaves me in the car and then comes back with a golden retriever. The dog immediately starts growling at me, which had never happened to me before, so I start feeling a little weird. D doesn't say anything about the dog's temperament. Because we have the dog, he wants to drop him off at his house, so this feels logical to me, so I just agree. When we pull up to D's house, he asks if I want to come in, and not wanting to sit in the car, I do. The moment that I walked in, I immediately knew that it was the wrong choice. The house is trashed. There's garbage everywhere, trash bags full along the front entry, bottles and wrappers on the couch, and just general crap everywhere. D lets me know that he has a roommate, but that roommate isn't home. So I assume this is to imply that the mess isn't his. And after brushing the trash off his couch, he asked if I want to sit and play chess. I had expressed that I was interested in learning, and he seemed more than happy to help me learn. This, too, was a mistake. D begins to explain the game to me, and it isn't fun first date explaining. He has gotten very serious and is showing me each piece while telling me what it is, what it does, and how it moves. D then begins questioning me over each piece, which most I get wrong, and every time that I get one wrong, he yells at me the correct answer and then tells me to try again. He got more and more frustrated, and it made me very uncomfortable, so I suggested that we pause chess and do something else. D suggested watching a movie, which is fine with me. The idea of us leaving and going to get food seemingly forgotten. D tells me that we can watch a movie in his room and I oblige. But then he explains that he has to put clean sheets on the bed. I had assumed we were moving to his bedroom because it may have been cleaner. But when we go in, it's not, and there is no TV in his room. He proceeds to put Iron Man 2 on his phone to have us watch. We watch for about 10 minutes of it before things got sexual. I won't tell you strangers the details, but short story short, we didn't have sex, but other things went down. I will say those things were consensual. After they occurred, I was feeling really off about the whole situation, so I told him that I didn't want to have sex. D was confused, but he didn't push it at first. He said fine, and we watched maybe 5 more minutes of the movie before he said he didn't want to watch the movie and more. He started complaining and asking me why I didn't want to have sex with him, and I simply said that I wasn't in the mood anymore. He then began pressuring me to tell him exactly what it was about him that made me feel that way. At this point, we had moved from the bedroom back into the dirty living room. You might be thinking, seems like a perfect time to leave. And I thought so too. But this is where things start to get scary. As if he knows that I'm thinking about how I'm leaving, he explodes and begins to scream at me. This is a 6-foot-something man screaming in the face of a 5-foot-nothing young girl. Of course, I'm internally freaking out, but I'm trying to make sure that I don't piss him off anymore, but also not agreeing to anything. For the next 5 to 10 minutes, D screams at me about why I don't like him, why I don't want him, and continuously asks what's wrong with him and to tell him. I tried to placate him as best as possible, saying the old, It's not you, it's me. And, No, I don't want to leave. Again, this man is my only ride home, and I'm truthfully not sure exactly where I was. Though, I did have my phone and Google Maps, but I did not have Uber at that time. D finally calms down when he believes I'm going to stay, and then he suggests that we try playing some video game. I was in full internal freakout mode trying to make sure that I was playing the part of the interested date because I was terrified that if he felt that I wanted to leave, he would freak out again. We play this game for a while, but then out of nowhere, D starts getting upset again. He started yelling about why no one likes him, why no one wants to get to know him, and why no one loves him, saying that he has never had a girlfriend and all of his dates had been one-night stands. Again, I placate him with I don't know. Lots of girls are just snooty like that. At this point, I'm saying anything and everything he wants to hear. He even starts crying about how his mother never loved him and telling me very deep dark things about what his mother has said to him and treated him. After he finally calms down once more, he then gets up and goes to the kitchen to fix us some drinks. Now, if you're anyone with a brain, you're thinking, absolutely not, which was my exact thought at that moment. I declined his multiple offers for a drink. He asked if, instead of alcohol, I wanted water, And of course, I declined that too, feigning that I wasn't thirsty at all. I stayed at his apartment until about 1 a.m. because I was sitting next to him, terrified to 1. Ask him to take me home, 2. Say that I would walk home, and 3. Figure out how to get an Uber. I had been trying to download Uber on my phone without him noticing, but then it asked for a card information, and that was too hard to do without him noticing. So around 1 a.m., I yawn very loudly and I say, "Oh wow, it's 1 a.m. My roommate's going to be so worried about me." I laugh as if my roommate would be stupid to worry and that I hadn't been watching the clock since he picked me up at 9 p.m., then said, "I'm so tired. I should get home soon." Again, I was super scared that he would freak out, but he didn't explode. He just looked at the clock and said that it's late. But I was not taking any chances, so I said, "Oh, I have a great idea. If I get to bed soon, I'd love to have breakfast with you on campus." I was hoping my offer convinced him that I was intending to see him again, and it did. He seemed very happy at the prospect of it and jumped up, walking me out of the house and to his car. The drive back was excruciatingly long. The ride was completely silent and neither of us spoke. It was only a 10-minute drive, but I could have sworn he slowed down every time we got to a particularly dark area or the underpass. D dropped me off and I smiled and made a good show of being tired yet excited to see him tomorrow. He offered multiple times to walk me to my door, but I declined every time, and I said that I didn't want to bother him and that I would see him tomorrow. I walked myself to the building, and the moment that I got around the corner, I sprinted so fast up the stairs and to my door before he could change his mind and follow me to my door. When I got in my dorm room, I genuinely felt like I had just escaped a serial killer. Even now writing it makes my heart race a bit. I never met up with him, but he begged me for multiple days after to meet up with him again. He even asked to pay me $20 an hour to sit near me in the library. I declined obviously, and I only ever saw him once after at the gym on the campus. He didn't see me, and I just left immediately. I've thought about D occasionally since the date, and I wondered if all those girls he had one-night stands with had the same experience as I did. I still sometimes wonder how many girls there were after me. So D, let's not meet again. A few years ago, my husband had to go out of state for a business trip for about a week. We had twins that were about 18 months at that time, and they were our first kids, so it took a lot out of the both of us. Previously, I would just go with him on his trips, but it becomes a lot harder with children, so we agreed that it was best that I stayed home. For work, I actually helped a friend with her small business of house cleaning, so I worked when I wanted, which made it easier for me to be able to stay home with my boys. However, I also get anxious about being home alone. I lived in some very bad places as a kid, so I constantly feared that someone would break in while I was home alone and that something bad would happen to me. That unfortunately followed me as I got older, and now I don't like being alone for more than a night. While he was gone though, my mom invited me over to her place for the week, so that way she could help me with my boys and also spend time with them, and that I would also have someone to talk to. The only thing was that she lived about 4 hours away, so I would be making a mini road trip with my 2 boys and my little dog. The first night alone was not pleasant at all. I put our air mattress in our boys' room, so I wasn't alone and slept there. Those things are not comfortable for more than a few hours. With little sleep that day, I went about our daily routine of making breakfast, went to the doctor's appointment, picked up some groceries and a prescription, and then went to see a friend as to have less time alone. I will mention that the part about going to my mom's was very last minute and not planned out. Later that evening when we got back home, I was making something for dinner when my mom had called. As we were talking and I was telling her about my concerns, she offered to have me come stay the rest of the week. I had planned to go out there first thing tomorrow morning, but I figured that it wasn't too late being around 6 or so. And after eating, I called my mom to let her know that I would head out there tonight. The anxiety in me thought that 4 hours alone tonight was much better than 6 more whole days, so off to packing I went. I got a few outfits for myself and the kids, since I would be able to do laundry there, and I got the car all packed up with our stuff, and then the dog, and then the twins. The one thing that I failed to realize was that while it was only 6 when I started, we ended up not leaving till a little after 7. I also did not sleep too well that night, so I knew that I was going to need more caffeine. After picking up some coffee, we were on the road. We were probably about 2 hours in, or close to that, when I had to stop to use the restroom and grab something to snack on to keep me awake. I remember coming up to this gas station that had a small bar and grill attached to it, so I felt comfortable knowing that there were going to be people around. I let the dog out first while I stood next to the car. Then after putting the dog back in, I pulled the boys out, locked the door, and then I headed inside. There were a few rowdy people on the other side though, most likely drinking, so it was pretty loud. Random laughing here, yelling and clapping echoed into the little gas station. After I checked out, I started getting the boys buckled in. I find it easier to carry one in one sling while carrying the other in the car seat. That way, I have at least one free hand. So I sit Evan down on the seat while I put Ian back in his. I have a little hatchback, so I find it easier to walk around on the other side rather than reaching over them. As I went over to buckle Ian in, I heard the music from the bar get louder as someone opened the door. Out came 2 people, a man and a woman arguing very loudly. I can't remember what about, but they were loud enough to make me look over. I continue buckling him in and then go around the other side to get Evan strapped back in. And from there, I hear them yelling again, and I look back over to see her punching him in the chest. I finished getting them secured, and I did a fast walk over to the driver's door and got in. But before I continued, I decided to text my mom and husband to let them know how much longer I had. While I was doing this, I started hearing more yelling, but this time, it was things like, "Let go of me!" Thinking that it was the same couple, I looked up to see that they were not within my view. I chalked it up to them moving away, and that it was none of my business, and I started to set my phone back up with a GPS so I could head out. As I start to pull out of the parking lot, I'm startled by my passenger door opening as a woman is screaming help and then jumping in my car. She quickly locks the door and starts screaming at me, "Go," and then crying. I didn't know what to do at first, and I screamed something back that I probably shouldn't have, but then I took off. The gas station was right off the highway, so it didn't take long to get back on. I didn't know what to do, so I just drove while this woman, who I didn't know, sobbed in the seat next to me and screamed every once in a while. My boys are wide awake at this point, also on the verge of tears. so I tried comforting them the best that I could. I don't think this woman realized that I had kids in the car by the way that she looked back at them. She apologized and then explained that this guy that she had just met was trying to force her into his truck and that she was screaming to let go. It was not the couple that I saw earlier. She said that I could drop her off at the next exit and that she would find someone from there. But as I got over to the exit, there was a black and yellow truck sitting at the intersection with their lights off. Unfortunately, I didn't know who this person was or what they were doing until the girl started screaming that it's him. Not knowing what else to do, I blew the yellow light and then went straight back onto the highway. I know it was stupid, but I thought that at least if a cop saw it and stopped us, he would keep going. This guy quickly did a burnout to follow us as well. Noticing he was behind us, the girl started screaming and crying more, now making my kids cry. I was more terrified at that moment than I was being home alone, and now I regretted leaving. Not knowing what to do and on the verge of tears myself, I tried telling the girl to calm down as she was upsetting the kids. When I saw this guy get right on my ass and flash his lights, I was now in tears, thinking that this is how my life was going to end. When we started coming up to an accident, there were lights everywhere. The far left lane was blocked, and I knew this was our chance. I quickly shot over the two lanes, honking and holding down my horn, and I swerved over to the shoulder. I have never seen a cop run up to a car faster. We're all inconsolable and trying to explain what happened when the cop had us get out of the car. And once a little calmer, we explained that the truck was following us and was trying to kidnap her. He got as much info as possible and put it in bolo for it. After getting more information, the cop offered to take the girl home and to follow me for a bit to see if the truck showed up again. I called my mom and husband first to calm me, the boys and the dog down a bit, and then agreed to have the cop follow me for a few minutes as a peace of mind. The woman hugged me so hard and thanked me for not shoving her out of the car, and also apologized for putting us in danger. I know it was terrifying, but I was also glad that I was there for her because who knows what could have happened. We drove a few miles with no issue, so he had me pull over again and let me know that I would be on my own again. At this point, I was wide awake and just ready to go to my mom's to crash. The last hour to hour and a half or so seemed to fly by, and after arriving, I quickly crashed. I hope they ended up finding that guy because that could have ended a lot worse, and I'm thankful that the police were where they were at that time to save us from something worse. Unfortunately, now I have a slight fear of driving at night. The story took place back when I was in college. I had a lot of friends that liked to party, and while I wasn't the type that liked to drink or do stupid things, I was the type to make sure that my friends got to and from the party responsibly. Basically, I was their designated driver. I would drive them to the parties, sit around, and then drink soda until they were drunk off their asses, and then I would drive them back home. It may sound like an incredibly boring way to spend your college years, but I honestly had a lot of fun with it. I'm not an incredibly social person myself, so just kind of sitting around and watching people make themselves look like idiots was my idea of a fun Friday night. This situation occurred at one party that was particularly rowdy and had a lot of people that I didn't know, which usually happens when the parties were off campus. I was sitting in the corner with my Dr. Pepper in hand, and I was talking with another girl that was completely trashed. She and I were having a conversation about my education, something that she seemed way more interested in that than she should have been. When one of my friends comes over to ask me if I can take one of his friends home, they were insistent that it was just down the street. I usually don't play designated driver with people that I don't know personally, but I also didn't want this guy struggling to get home if he needed a ride. I reluctantly agreed and said that as long as my friend was vouching for him and that it wasn't too far from the party, then I would take him home. I got up, followed him out to the front door, and he shouted to some guy named Greg, telling him that I would be taking him home. They said their drunken goodbyes, and I walked over to my car, which I should add was a late 90s Dodge Caravan. After they were done talking and telling each other how much they would miss each other, Greg walked over and smiled at me, asking if this was the car. I nodded, said yes, told him that this was the one, and then got in the driver's seat. He, for some reason, opened the sliding door and then hopped into one of the back seats. I was curious, but if there's one thing you don't ask a drunk person you're taking home, it's why they chose to do mundane things. He gets buckled in and I pulled onto the road. I then ask him where he's headed. He tells me an address that's about 5 blocks down the way, literally a straight shot and only a few minutes away. And as drunken people often do, he starts rambling about random things. He tells me that his name was Gregory and that he was named after his grandfather. He tells me about a dog that he used to have as a child named Bucky and how much he missed him. He then tells me about his sister and how she runs a beauty salon in New Mexico and how he and his mother never really got along. This guy is seriously telling me his life story within the span of 1.5 miles. I then pull up to where he wanted to go and I let him know that we were at his house, just in case he didn't realize it yet. And he just kind of sits there and stares at nothing. After a few seconds of really awkward silence, he literally starts to cry. Out of nowhere, he tells me that he's sorry. I have no idea why he's sorry, and I tell him that he doesn't need to be. And after sobbing for a few moments, he tells me that I was the nicest person that he has met, and that he was going to miss all of this. Once again, I'm just sitting here silently, and he's telling me how much he's going to miss everything out here. He then tells me why he's going to miss it. He drops in with, I'm about to go to prison for a really, really long time. I just kind of sat there and nodded, and he, of course, continues, I made a mistake. I accidentally assaulted my ex-girlfriend, so I have to go to court tomorrow and I'm going to go away for a long, long time. And as he finished telling me about what he did to her, he starts to chuckle and stare at me in the rearview mirror. He smiles and tells me that I kind of remind him of his ex and that he hated her. And after a few more moments, he shrugs and tells me that he appreciated the ride and that we should go get lunch when he gets out of prison. I just agreed and nodded along until he got out and got to his door. And as soon as he entered his house, I let out a huge sigh of relief. The entire time he was staring at me and telling me about what he's done, I felt like I was holding my breath. This was the last time that I give anyone a ride that wasn't one of my immediate friends. And I hope that I literally never meet Gregory ever again. This seems like the right place to tell this story. It happened back in 2013. It was about 8 to 9 o'clock, and I was on my way home from a pal's. I was sat upstairs at the back of the bus. There was only me and one other person on the top floor of the bus, and he was sat near the front on the opposite side. When I got up to get off the bus and walk from the back towards the stairs, he called me. I don't remember exactly how he asked, but he was asking for a lighter. I walked up to him, going through my pockets, and I told him that I had matches, and I handed them to him. He took them off of me and just stared at them for a good few seconds, and then handed them back to me and said something along the line of, don't worry. The time it took for him to decide to not use them felt very strange to me, and the eye contact before and after just felt intense. I walked down the stairs thinking, what the hell was up with that? And then I got off the bus. I told a couple of people how weird it felt and described what he was wearing, a zip-up black hoodie with a knockoff Hardy-style tiger on the chest. Well, fast forward about a week, and there's a fatal stabbing on my bus in my city. A young girl on her way to school was stabbed to death on the top of the deck of a bus. Stabbings are pretty common in my city, but a young girl being killed on her way to school, well, that's big news anywhere. They show a photo of the suspect being arrested, but you can only see the back of his hoodie. And straight away, I think that's the same exact Ed Hardy knockoff, and I start wondering if it's the guy that I had seen. When they released more photos of him from the front, I knew that it was him. The scary thing is, it transpired that he had recently been let out of a mental health facility. He hadn't been given any support and had been sleeping rough on buses. I've had many interactions with mentally ill people and some dangerous individuals, but this is the one that stays with me. Even though the interaction wasn't much, it felt so strange. I always wonder if he was seeing how I reacted when he asked me, hence why he didn't use the matches. Who knows? It's just a sad story, really. Rest in peace to the poor girl who was murdered. Her name was Christina Edkins, and she was 16 years old. Me and a couple of friends like to go urban exploring. It started out when we were kids. There was a house down the street that had been condemned after the old lady that lived in it passed away. Me and my friends, Andre and Stacy, who lived on the same street as me, talked about going in there and looking around. So, one night, we agreed to take a look, and we found a few treasures and then safely left. But from there, it definitely sparked our interest in future explorations. This made up most of our summers. We would find other small houses, shacks, or even old buildings that may have been abandoned or gutted after a fire or something. I bring this up because it's ultimately what led us to these following events. After graduation, Stacy moved out of state for a job offer, while Andre and I still lived close by. Keeping in touch with us, Stacy always called us to talk about the life where she lived and that we needed to come check out her new place. She always knew what to say though to really tie us in. She said that she was purposely looking for places for us to explore, and then she found out that there was a really old school that has been closed for decades about 2 hours from her. After she sent us some pictures from when she passed by it and then looked up the directions, we were convinced. So a few months away from summer, we started making our arrangements to head out there. With summer vacation starting, Andre and I drove out to her place, preparing to be there for about a week or so. Upon arriving, Stacy greeted us and then got Andre set up in the spare bedroom, and I offered to take the couch. That night, we caught up over dinner and she started showing us more pictures that she had taken from the outside. She wanted to go in, but she decided to wait till she had us with her because she knew that we'd be interested. The school sat in the middle of an overgrown field, and from the satellite map, it looked like there was a small shed or house a few yards away. There was a fence surrounding it, so we were definitely going to be trespassing. So this should be the part where I say we shouldn't do this, that it was a stupid idea, and that we should only go to places open to the public. But I didn't. We basically brainstormed what old tools and equipment that we wanted to bring with us, packed everything up, and then settled in for the night. The next evening, we headed out to the location. We wanted to go later on so there would be less traffic around and hopefully less people likely to report us. We took Stacy's car since it had local tags, and then we parked it off the side of a gravel road next to the property. The fencing wasn't anything fancy, just chicken wire basically secured to post. There wasn't even barbed wire above it, so we bent the top of the wire down, hopped over, and then proceeded to the entrance. The door was barely a door. It was only on the top hinges, and the bottom part looked like it had been crumbling away. There was a big piece of thin wood in front of it, but it was only nailed to the top, so you could easily bend it up to slide under it. This was our way in, and upon entering, you could tell that the air was stagnant. You could smell mild to old wood, and maybe even that smell of decay, like the smell a lot of old buildings start having. If you do this or start doing it, you'll recognize that smell. Most, if not all of the windows were boarded up, so you could just see the light of the sunset peeking in the cracks. We put on our mask because you never know what you could be breathing in, and then we grabbed our flashlights and headlamps and started figuring out where to start. There were 2 floors and 1 set of stairs to the right from what we could tell. We started on the first floor, of course. We walked to the left to see 2 classrooms on one side and the gym and cafeteria on the other. We entered the first classroom. Most of the desks were still in their place. There was a bookshelf in the corner with some heavily damaged books and old toys on it. The pages in the book were all stuck together, most likely due to water damage, as the window right above it was broken out and poorly boarded up. There was still string hanging above the chalkboard for like a party or banner of some sort. It was interesting to look at, and even though we didn't go to the school, it still brought back some good memories from those times. As we were looking around, we started hearing a scuffling sound coming from above us. Now, this isn't our first time, as mentioned. We've made rules for ourselves that if we ever run into trouble such as cops, animals, or other people, a lot of places are bound to have animals living in them. Not a lot of people are going to bother going in there, so they don't have to worry about danger. You just have to give them their space for the most part. You may run into squatters, and as long as they're not violent, you can usually just walk out without much interaction. Well, as for police, if there are trespassing signs, then you know the risk you're taking. We've only run into them twice, once as a teenager and they just escorted us home, and the second time, they suggested that we leave due to the structure not being safe. And with that being said, we just go quiet for a second to see if we heard anything else, or some talking maybe, accompanying the sound. We heard nothing, so we assumed it to be an animal and then just moved on. We walked over to the gym to see what we could find. There was a basket in the back with some deflated dodgeballs covered in a blanket of dust. Stacy found an old doll that she ended up putting in her bag to take home. She said that it reminded her of an old doll her mom, or maybe her grandmother, had, but to me, it was just creepy looking. As we continued to look around, we heard more shuffling upstairs and then paused. This time, we heard what sounded like a really weird meow. Andrew made a comment about that not sounding like a cat, while Stacy argued that it was. It sounded enough like a meow to me at that time though. We then made our way over by the stairs, where there also appeared to be an office for maybe a principal or a nurse's office and a faculty room. It was starting to get a little darker, so we decided to head upstairs before it was too dark, so we could check out what was up there, and then we could make our way back down to the offices. As we headed up, we could hear more noise, and now it sounded like it was coming from one of the back classes. Stacy was interested in finding the cat, while Andre was hesitant. He had a point that we did have to be cautious in case it had rabies or was just aggressive, so we at least convinced Stacy to hold back some. We went into one of the rooms closest to the stairs when we started hearing some whimpering, like a small puppy, but this one, it definitely didn't sound right. Stacy and Andre agreed, but Stacy thought maybe the dog was just ill or scared. And after a little back and forth, we opted to check what the sound was coming from so we could all relax and explore more. We started heading towards the back when the meowing started again. And this time, it legit just sounded like a person meowing. I remember Stacy staying back a bit while I entered the room, followed by Andre. It was another classroom, but appeared to be for younger children, like a nursery. And in one corner, there were maybe 6 or 7 cribs stacked on each other to make like a sectioned off room. Of course, that would be where the sound was coming from too. As we walked in further, we turned our flashlight to point it into the corner. And that's when we saw it. We saw a full-grown man crouching naked in front of us. Embarrassed, Andre and I turned around and I apologized for intruding. And as I was about to say that we would leave, the dude started barking at us. Stacy was asking us from the doorway what was happening when Andre started laughing and shouting about a crazy guy living here. As we started walking back, and while Andre continued to poke fun at the guy, his barks became louder and more aggressive. I told them that it was best that we just leave when Andre yelled, "Hey, look out!" And before I could register what he said, this guy has jumped on me and he was scratching at my back. I tried to turn over, but this guy had to be at least 200 pounds, so it was a struggle. Thankfully, Andre ran over and punched the guy in the head, which caused him to stumble back a bit, enough for him to help me up. I stood there for a second looking at the sky as I tried to gain my composure back, when he proceeded to crouch on his hands and feet and then growl at us. Stacy started yelling at us that we just needed to leave, so we started walking quickly away when I looked back to see the guy walk out of the room, still on all fours. He started kicking back his legs, and Andre shouted, "Oh, hell no!" And the guy started running for us. I have never seen a human run so fast on his hands and feet. It was terrifying. We got to the stairs, got to the bottom, and I jumped from the second to the last stair or something like that, and my foot went through the floor. So once again, I am falling to the floor with both of them yelling at me, and the guy was closing in. I remember Andre yelling at Stacy to pry open the door, and he helped me up again. And right as we got to the door, the dude had fallen from the top of the stairs to the bottom. I kid you not, it was like he just fell over the side and landed in front of us, nearly scaring the hell out of me. But he looked like he knocked himself unconscious. I stared at him for a second to see if he was still breathing at least. The guy was just skin and bones. I could see his spine clinging to his skin, and his arms and legs looked frail and thin. You could even see his cheekbones nearly protruding in his face. He was terrifying looking. Stacy yelled at us, so we made our way to the door. We got out and made sure that we didn't lose anything too important and weren't hurt, and we started making our way to the fence. As we were climbing over it, we saw the man again. This time, he was standing on the school entrance by the door, just staring at us. He wasn't moving or barking, still on all four, but just watching. We didn't waste any time after that though. We ran to the car, got in, and locked the doors immediately. We looked up and the guy was now howling. We went to grab our phone to take a picture, but the guy quickly ran back inside, and we never saw him again. So yeah, that scared the hell out of us for the night. We went back to our place and had a few beers to try and calm down some and laugh it off. We were debating on if we should call the cops to get this guy help or if we would be worse off for trespassing. Andre thought that it was probably someone really messed up on drugs and found a place to call home, but it was just terrifying. It hasn't stopped us from our adventures, but we did add that to our rules, that if we find weird people, we leave ASAP. I am trying to convince them to go back there with me next summer so we can see if the guy is still there and maybe get some pictures for proof. So, did we run into a really messed up guy? Or do you think there was something more to it? Back in the early 90s, when I was about 10 years old, I had a really creepy close encounter with someone that honestly could have ended a lot worse than it did. And if I had been a bit more gullible, it likely would have ended really badly. At that time, I honestly did not comprehend the potential danger of the situation. But as I've gotten older, it clicked pretty hard how unsettling this experience really was. As mentioned, this was back when I was about 10 years old. My parents both worked during the day, and most days when I got home from school, I would be in an empty house for hours until my mom was able to leave work and then get home. They trusted me to be responsible enough to take care of myself. I was the type of kid that liked to just spend time in my room, playing my Super Nintendo, instead of being a problem for other people. We also lived in a neighborhood that was pretty much just a bunch of old people, so it was relatively safe. So honestly, it never seemed like a big deal to me. On this day, I had been home for maybe half an hour. I'd finished my homework and I had turned on the TV to watch something. I had grabbed a Pop-Tart for a snack when I thought that I saw something outside of the living room window. It was a pretty big window and it faced to the west, so if you walked by it in the afternoon, it would cause a bit of a shadow into the room. I glanced over for a moment to see if I could see anything, and I saw a man, probably in his late 40s, as he looked older than my dad. He was slowly walking along the sidewalk in front of our house. He seemed to be studying the house, staring at the ground, the roof, almost like he was seriously trying to memorize how our house looked like. But then it got creepy. As I was watching this guy analyze the exterior of our home, I watched as he put his face up to the glass with his hand cupped around his eyes. He was absolutely looking into the window and trying to see if there was anyone in the house. And, of course, he saw me sitting on the couch, just staring at him. He smiled and waved, and then I watched as he walked over to the front door, put his hand on the doorknob, and tried to push open the door. Thankfully, my parents had told me to keep the door locked at all times, and I was pretty obsessive with doing so he wasn't able to get in. When he realized that he wasn't going to get the door open, he walked back to the window and started knocking. By this point, I was having a mini panic attack in my mind, screaming about how this was some weirdo trying to get into the house. But I kept trying to calm down and tell myself that he must have been a neighbor or something. He kept knocking on the window rapidly, just tapping on it with his knuckle for several moments. And then he started on the door, really, really hard. At this point, I had no idea what to do, so I walked into the kitchen near the front door and just stood there. Because I was so unsure of what to do, I just figured out that I could tell him that he got the wrong house and then to go away. I didn't open the door, obviously, but I did shout out to him saying, "Who are you and what do you want?" When I asked this, I could hear him laugh a bit and then say, "Could you open the door for me?" I said no and again asked who he was. He then said that he was a neighbor and that he wasn't going to hurt me. I may have only been 10, but I knew that this was a weird thing to say to a kid. You don't just tell a kid, "I'm not going to hurt you," unless you plan to hurt them. At least, not in this kind of scenario. I told him that if he was a neighbor, then he needed to come back later when my parents were home, which I now realize was a stupid thing to say, as this was me literally telling him that my parents weren't home. When I said this, he paused for a moment and then said, "Look, kid, I work with your mom. I'm a friend of hers. She'll vouch for me, so can you just, please, let me in?" Now, this was where things got a bit confusing for me. This man knew my mother's name specifically, and it's not a common name, so it wasn't like he could just guess a name and get it right. But I also knew my mother's co-workers. My mom worked at a hair salon, and she was one of the big names of the store, alongside my aunt, of course. They had about 5 employees that they worked with, and I knew all of them because I would always hang out there during the summer, and I loved all my mom's co-workers. And the thing is, all of her co-workers are either older women or younger ladies trying to break into the industry. This guy was neither of those. I mentioned that I didn't think that I could let him in and that he should come back later. At this point, he got pretty angry. He started banging on the door saying, "I know your mom. Her name is..." And then he says my mom's name. "You need to let me in right now." When he started getting aggressive, I ran over to the cordless phone and I hit the button to call the salon. When they answered, I told her who I was and told her that I needed to talk to my mom right away. I explained the whole situation to her, and she told me to hang up, go to the laundry room, and then lock the door, and then call the cops. She then said that she would be there in a few minutes. I did exactly what she said, so I ran to the laundry room and then I locked the door, and then I called 911, telling them that a guy was trying to break into my house. And after about 10 minutes, I heard my mom yelling my name, along with the voice of an officer, and I came out to see them standing at the door and looking at a pile of glass. Apparently, after I had run down to the laundry room, this guy had smashed the window in the front door and tried to break in. The officers took my statement, asking me a bunch of questions about the guy and what he looked like. I told them all that I could, and I told them that they knew my mom's name specifically, and they said that they would drive around to try and find the guy, but I have no idea if they ever caught them. My mom thanked them, and after all was said and done, she told me that I did everything right and kept telling me that it was all okay. I could tell that she was freaking out about it as bad as I was. And after that, I wasn't allowed to be at home alone for a few years. My mom worked with one of our neighbors, an older lady that was actually one of the lunch ladies at my school, and I stayed at her house until they got home every day until I was in high school. She was pretty cool though, and she always had food for me when I got there, so I didn't really mind. That day is something that has been burned in my mind, and when I was that age, I was definitely scared, but as I mentioned, I now realize how serious it actually was. I am thankful that, even at that age, I was smart enough to realize that this guy didn't want anything good. I have no idea how he knew my mom's name specifically. Maybe he looked at the mail or something. But I'm just glad that I trusted my instincts and that I was able to avoid a much worse fate. This story is mine, sort of, but it's more my dad's, so the entire thing is based on what he's told me. I was there, but I was just strapped to my little car seat in the back, and obviously, I was way too young to remember any of it. He told me about this way later in life, and honestly, it's terrifying. It's probably why my dad was always so protective of me and emphasized being alert and aware of our surroundings. Hell, when I turned 17 and got my license, he always told me to take the main road and avoid the back roads. From what my dad had told me, it was a pretty normal morning. He needed to go run some errands, so he was taking me to my grandma's house. I was just sitting in my car seat and then watching the back window as I always did, completely unaware of anything. He was driving down a relatively quiet road with trees on both sides. My grandma lived on the edge of a suburb, so there were a few spots that you had to go through that weren't heavily incorporated. He was there, just cruising at speed, when a man jumped out of the woods and then ran in front of my dad's car, flailing his arms wildly. Naturally, my dad slammed his brakes, barely avoiding hitting this guy. He said that he could see that this guy looked terrified, like he was running from something or someone. But something about it didn't seem right. Something about the situation was off. His instincts were screaming at him that this guy wasn't just some random dude running across the road. The guy didn't say anything to my dad. He just limped over to the side of the car and made the motion of rolling down the window. My dad, curious as to what this guy's explanation was, cracked the window and asked if he was okay. The man didn't respond. The two of them just stared at each other's eyes for several silent seconds. My dad said that his heart was pounding, like his mind was saying, "Nah, get out of here." He was prepared to drive off at the first sign of trouble, and sure enough, trouble arrived. As soon as he turned to look back at the road, out of the corner of his eye, he saw two other figures starting to emerge from the undergrowth of the woods on the other side, and without hesitation, my dad stomped on the gas and the car lurched forward, leaving the three strangers standing there in the middle of the dust cloud that he kicked up. He said that he could see them in the rear-view mirror, and all three of them just stood there watching as he drove off. He didn't stop driving until we reached my grandma's house, where he said that he called the cops to report the incident. He wasn't sure what they were planning, but he gave them a description of the man and the location too. But the details were sparse outside of that, so we never did find out what happened with the situation or what that all was. The police never called us back too with any details, and my dad didn't press the issue. He was just happy to have avoided what was undoubtedly heading towards a dangerous situation. And even today, years later, my dad sweats every time he tells the story, which really tells me how much it scared him. My dad is a good guy, and he will stop and help people on the side of the road. But this was definitely a sobering reminder that some people will take advantage of those willing to stop. So it's important to trust your instincts and be hyper-vigilant about your surroundings. This recently came up again within a group of friends, so I decided that I would share it with more people. About 4 years ago, I started dating a girl that I met online named Kendra. We matched, she messaged me first, and we actually hit it off pretty quickly. We started officially dating after the third date, and everything seemed fine. She was pretty fun to be around, even if we were just chilling at home. She was very open about herself and her past, which was nice that she was open, but it also made me let my guard down at first. I kind of felt bad for her. She explained how she didn't have a good childhood as her mother was very abusive to her, and she didn't know her father, so she moved in with her boyfriend at that time when she was 16. She then explained how she got pregnant and her boyfriend didn't want the kid and suffocated their baby at like 2 months old. She seemed pretty happy, but obviously she had some issues, but definitely nothing that I thought was a deal breaker or anything. But then as the months went on, her stories became wilder and wilder. The stories she would tell me were so bizarre that they became hard to believe, especially when they were brought up in situations that would benefit her. Like, if I was planning on going somewhere with friends or family, she would make me feel about her childhood trauma and says that she doesn't want to be left alone. When I did suggest that she come along with me to take my dog to the park or something, she would decline, saying that she couldn't walk or stand long due to her condition. She claimed that she had some kind of infection in her leg that permanently damaged the muscle or bone, so she couldn't walk long distances. Yet, she's dragged me to her friends' parties where she stood and danced for hours. She also claimed that she had to dye her hair black. She was a natural blonde, but she had to dye her hair because the light color absorbed too much sunlight and it was giving her a brain tumor. She said this was directly from her doctor, that she could have surgery and have her head shaved, or she could just keep dyeing her hair. Look, I don't know why I stayed with her at that point, but I guess I just thought that maybe she still had things to work out from her childhood and that I could help her move on. I had no reason not to believe her about her family or her baby, so I guess I tried to just move past it. However, it did start to take its toll on me as she started having an excuse for literally everything. It was pretty obvious. When it was something that she wasn't interested in or wanted to do, she had an excuse. And when I would tell her that I was still going without her, something would happen to try and stop me. For example, every Wednesday, me and a few of my friends would gather for game night. We were all off on Thursday, so it was easier than on the weekends, and I never missed. I invited her to go, but she didn't want to. I told her then that I would call her when I left. She would call me halfway through, complaining that she wasn't feeling well and wanted me to pick something up for her, or that she needed me to take her to the ER because she had an accident like cutting her finger or something. Even when I was with her and friends, if I got into a conversation or we started having fun, she would be very dramatic and grab her leg or stomach or something, anything. And of course, everyone would turn and ask her if she was okay, so now the attention is on her. Illnesses were a common tactic with her. I started to learn pretty quickly who she really was. The whole time I was with her, she didn't even have a job. She pretty quickly started to leech onto me and my wallet, but I just ignored it, believing that I was in love. And when she didn't get her way, she threw a fit, and we would make up in the form of me buying her something. I really started to put things together and grew more suspicious when she invited me to go with her and her sister to lunch and shopping. She thought of me as her bank account. Along with telling me that she was abused, she also claimed to be an only child. When I mentioned this to her, she became angry and wouldn't give me a straight answer other than I was obviously remembering wrong. I know for a fact that she told me she was an only child because she used the sob story many times that she had no one because it was just her and her abusive mom. So, being curious, I went with her to meet this mystery sister. And to my surprise, they looked very much alike. I have siblings too, and I know we all look similar, but they look like they could be twins. And that's because they were. The only real difference was her sister had a darker blonde hair color and a mole above her eyebrow. Listening to them talk about things made me feel like a lot of things Kendra had told me was a lie. There were things her sister would even bring up, and she would get upset and say that she didn't want to talk about it. I caught both of them looking over at me at times. So after that day, I went home with a lot of questions and really debated on how to bring them up. It turns out I wouldn't have to do much, as the next day, her sister sent me a message request on Facebook. She was kind, and it started as a nice to meet you kind of thing. But then after a few hours, she said she had some questions for me. She asked me if Kendra had mentioned their childhood to me, and I said yes. But after us both beating around the bush some more, it was finally revealed that she was never abused. In fact, Kendra was the abuser. They were actually twins and they had a younger sister. Kendra would constantly attack both of them, and as a teenager, she even hit her mom. Hell, her parents were married and her dad was even still alive. She was never kicked out, but rather went to a juvenile detention due to threatening her little sister with a knife, and she never had a kid. Her sister apologized as she knew that she was a habitual liar and wanted to know what all I knew or was told. I thanked her for being honest, and I took the rest of the day to really think about what to do. I finally got up the courage and I told her that we needed to talk, and I asked her if I could come over. I figured that it would be easier to leave her place than kicking her out of mine. So I went over and I told her that I wanted to talk to her about some things that she has told me, and I confronted her about her lies. I told her that her sister told me everything and I wanted to give her one last chance. I wanted to hear the truth from her, and I wanted to know why lie about any of it. But instead of coming clean, she just doubled down on the lies and tried saying that she was her half-sister and she was just trying to take me from her. Her sister even told me that she would probably try that too. I told her that I had enough and that we were done. If she couldn't be honest with me, it wasn't going to work out. I guess one thing that I didn't really take into consideration though was when her sister mentioned that Kendra was the abuser. So when I turned around to grab my jacket and leave, she started screaming and then ran towards me. She was jumping on my back. We went back and forth like this, of me struggling to get her off because she had her legs wrapped around me and had a tight grip on my hair with one hand while punching me in the head and shoulders with the other. I finally managed to throw myself backwards onto her kitchen floor where she let go. But before I could get to my feet, I was hit in the head and I was knocked out cold. The next thing I remember, there were cops and EMTs standing over me in her house, asking me a bunch of questions. And once they checked me out to make sure that I was okay to stand, I was placed in cuffs and put in the back of a squad car. After being taken back to the station, I was finally questioned and given the opportunity to explain my side of things. I told them why I was there, how I knew Kendra, what led to me being on the kitchen floor, but I didn't know how I got there. They asked me if I had physically harmed her at all, and I explained other than pretty much dropping her on the floor as well as myself, I hadn't touched her. And after a few hours, they finally let me go, but not before telling me how they got involved. Apparently, she hit me in the head with a meat tenderizer. So they told me that I should still go to the hospital to check if I had a concussion afterwards. Then, they were called by a neighbor as she was running up and down the street outside, screaming for help. She told them that I had barged into her place in a fit of rage after she broke up with me, and then I attacked her. They checked us both out and took pictures. And since I had multiple marks on my back, my head, my shoulders, and my face, and she had not a single scratch or bruise, they believed me. They suggested that I stay away from her though, and I promised them just that. I just went home and I talked to a few friends about what happened, and I even messaged her sister to let her know what she did. Kendra tried calling me a few times, but nope, all to voicemail for her. She stopped trying pretty quickly, thank God, and I just moved on, living to tell my crazy ex tale. Until this past Christmas, when she tried to add me on Facebook, that was an immediate block. My story starts back when I was 19 years old. As a lot of young girls do, I didn't have the best self-esteem, and I clung to people that showed interest in me, be it just platonic or romantic. This is when I met a man named Rich. He was about 12 years my senior, and at that time, I just saw him as a good friend. I was working at a local thrift store, and he came in there a few times, and in fact, I think I caused him to frequent there more often. He was always kind to me and seemed to actually care. He would ask how work was going and how my week had been. I was wanting to go to college, but I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to major in yet. When the store was slow, he even talked to me about what I was interested in and tried to help me find my way. I had never experienced this kind of attention, so I guess I was falling for it. It started as me just hanging out with him after work as friends. He had taken me out for dinner many times, and I even went to his house, as I was still living at my home. My parents had even met him, and why they never questioned their 19-year-old daughter hanging out with a 31-year-old was beyond me. But then, things turned romantic between us. I truly felt that I had found my prince and that we would have this happily ever after life. At the age of 20, less than a year after we met, I became pregnant. He even assured me that he would always be there to take care of the both of us. He welcomed me to move in with him officially, and even convinced me to quit my job, promising that we would financially be fine, and that way I could focus on being the best mom that I could to our child. Everything was going as he promised, too. The whole time that I was pregnant, we were in that honeymoon phase. He did everything for me. He went to all my appointments, he helped me when I was sick, and he even catered to my silly cravings. But then, when our daughter Adelaide was born, I fell in love all over again. Even after she arrived, we were doing great. We were both happy. She was healthy, and we learned how to be the best parents that we could together. We did have a few moments here or there, like when she would wake up throughout the night or when nothing we would do seemed to comfort her. But I thought that that was just the nervousness and stress of being a parent. My grandmother, though, has been my rock throughout my life, and she was on the speed dial at any time that I had concerns. Needless to say, she helped me through a lot. But things started slowly turning sour day by day, and it really broke me. It would start as Rich having to work late a lot, so I saw him less. And when he would come home, he seemed to be in a bad mood, or just really didn't want to talk about it. He was an electrical engineer, so I'm sure that it was stressful, as all jobs have their bad days. But he just never seemed to want to talk to me about it anymore. And then he would just call me to say that he wouldn't be home for dinner and not to stay up for him. Again, he would claim that it was work-related, but I had my doubts. And when he finally arrived at midnight or even later and passed out on the couch. But I had my doubts when he finally arrived at midnight or even later and passed out on the couch. In fact, I started seeing him less and less as a whole. I would see him off in the morning, but then that was about it. Even on the days that he was off or had an event to go to, he did not want to be around me. He stayed out, and he didn't have me go with him. He used to take me and Addie to his parents' place on occasion, but when I got ready to go once, he got mad at me for assuming and then left us there. It got to the point that the only time that I left the house was to get the mail or occasionally get groceries after nagging him about it being low. He failed to realize this because he was hardly home to eat with us. He became verbally abusive and mocked me when I tried to ask him for the simplest things or for any kind of intimacy from him. I craved our conversations, our silly inside jokes, or even just holding each other on the couch. I became severely reclusive and depressed. I hardly talked to my friends or family, and I certainly didn't get to go anywhere or do anything because I didn't even have my own money. Hell, I even tried talking to him about going to school so that I could help pay for things, and he wouldn't have it. He would shut it down every time, saying that it was too late for that now and that I was stupid for even considering it. As I mentioned earlier, the only thing other than my little girl that kept me going was my grandma. I talked to her about everything, and when I stopped calling her weekly, or seemed to want to talk very long, she surprised me with a visit and brought her homemade chicken casserole and some groceries. I broke down, and I told her what had been going on, and she told me that I needed to give him an ultimatum and stick to it. Rich was definitely verbally abusive but never physically so she definitely gave me the strength to do it. To wrap up the sob story, I guess, the ultimatum kind of did not go in my favor, or at least not how I would have wanted. He kicked me out. He told me that I was just ungrateful and that I could just leave. I tried talking to him about Addie, but that's when he dropped it on me that he couldn't care less about her as she didn't believe that she was his kid. He was my first serious relationship, and I was a virgin when I met him. Well, heartbroken me, I packed up the few things that I had that were important to me, and all of Addie's things, and then I moved in with my grandparents until I got back on my feet. Fast forward about 4 years, and I am still with my grandparents, but we are all happy. My grandfather had an accident, so I decided to stay to help my grandma take care of him. They loved spending time with Addie and watching her while I was in school. Yes, I finally started school and I was working part-time and I loved it. I was happy with my life, even as a single parent. Addie even started going to pre-K and I would pick her up before I went to class in the evenings. Well, that's where things went downhill again. The school Addie was going to was very big on security, which is why I chose them. So when I got a call from them saying that someone that was not authorized tried to pick her up early, they called me immediately. Only my grandparents and sister were on the authorized pickup list. I left work and I went to the school when I saw cop cars around. I had to show ID and I had to be checked before they let me in. Little did I know that the cops were there because of me and Addie. The principal described the guy that attempted to get Addie, and when they refused to let them, saying that they would call me first to ask, they stormed out. That's when they called me, and shortly after, they had a lockdown as they saw the same guy walking the fence of the play area where the kids were about to be released from recess. And rightfully so, they feared that he may try to do something to the kids or even abduct Addie. As you may have guessed, it was Rich. I hadn't gotten as much as a phone call from him in years. And here he was, trying to take our kid from school, and our kid that he wanted nothing to do with. They had me identify him later that day as they caught him hanging around the school and had him in custody. After a lot of back and forth with him and the cops, it came down to him wanting a relationship with his daughter. Now, nearly 5 years later, he cares? I hated it. I felt like this was him trying to control me again, but once again, my grandma talked me through it and said to keep an open mind. There didn't need to be anything between us other than being parents to the same child, but if he's changed, maybe he can actually be a good father. So after a lot of lawyer talk, we worked out a supervised visitation. If I wasn't present, my sister and her husband were there. If he would try to take her from school, I didn't trust that he wouldn't try to take her if they were alone. And as expected, he used this time to try to get back with me. When that didn't work, he would become angry and then end the visitation. When my sister and brother-in-law went, he brought another girl with him and was too busy with her to pay attention to Addie. It was just an attempt to make me jealous, I guess. And one of the last times that I saw him, it was just me again, and when I finally put my foot down telling him that I was here for Addie and not him, and that I didn't want a relationship with him. He went in to kiss me, and when I pulled away, he slapped me, saying that it would be the biggest mistake that I've ever made and how I wasn't thinking about our daughter. I grabbed Addie, who had been playing alone at the park, and we left. I was ready to get a stern talking to for ending his visitation early, but I never got a call. This was obviously his main motive, as once again, I never heard from him. He stopped showing up to visitations, he wouldn't answer my calls, and even his lawyer gave me the whole "don't call me, I'll call you" line, and that was it. It's been 3 years since then, and I know it probably sounds bad and selfish, but I hope that I never hear from him again. Addie deserves to have a father in her life that cares for her, and not just as a way to get to me. And until then, my grandfather has filled that role really well, and I can't thank them enough. I just have that fear in the back of my mind that he's going to show up one day and attempt to take her again. I hope she's never in a position to allow that to happen. Back in 2017, I was in a pretty healthy relationship, Charlotte and I had been together for almost 3 years, and we were thinking about the future. We started looking at apartments together, and if things continued to go as well as they had been, I was going to save up to propose to her. However, even though a lot of the places we looked at were her choice, and she seemed so excited about this, she threw a huge curveball at me. She told me that she had a great career opportunity in Oregon. We lived in Missouri. At first I thought, okay, a cross-country move is a huge step, but I was willing to do it if it meant a better life for the both of us. And even if it was kind of scary, moving out of state could also be exciting. But much to my surprise, her plans did not involve me. She said she wanted to make a life for herself out there first before she thought about a relationship. And before I could even recommend it, she shot down the long-distance thing, saying that she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't cheat. It really hurt, but at least she was honest. I didn't know how to feel though. I understand wanting to do what's best for your own good, but why even consider apartment searching? Why lead me on to believe that we had a future together? Overall, I was definitely upset and heartbroken, but I moved on, wishing her the best. But I wasn't the only one caught off guard by this. Even some of her family found it odd. I was actually pretty good friends with her younger brother, as that's how I met her, and he was telling me how their parents were shocked that she just left everything behind. They were worried that maybe something sinister was going on and forcing her to leave out of fear or something. But she assured everyone that that was not the case, and even showed us pictures of her new place and shared some links to the place that she was going to be working for. It was an illustration company. Well, knowing that she was at least okay, we tried talking to her here and there, but I think overall, it just made me feel worse, so we agreed that it was best to cut ties. Now, it's been several years since this event happened. I've entirely moved on and I'm happy. I decided to make some changes in my life too, and I got a new job. I met a girl named Valerie that worked at the same place as me, and I could instantly tell that there was a connection. We went on a date, hit it off immediately, and we had been together for about 4 years now. Charlotte wasn't even a thought in my mind. I was still good friends with her brother, but we hardly talked, but that was just life. So, needless to say, I wanted to propose to Valerie, and when I got hints from her and her friends, I took it as the go-ahead. Things definitely felt different, but in a good way compared to Charlotte. And to make it the second best day of my life, she said yes. At that point, life started moving pretty quickly. So when I was waiting in line to get coffee, I didn't notice the people around me until I heard my old nickname, making me look around. That's when I saw Charlotte. We hugged, and I asked her what she was doing here. She explained that she was thinking about moving back, but was just visiting for a week. We quickly caught up for a bit, and she suggested that we grab a coffee or lunch together sometime. I agreed. I gave her another hug, and then I left. I even went home and I told Val that I had run into her. We were very open with each other, and she knew of Charlotte, so she saw no issues with us catching up either. It was probably a few days after that we met up at the same place. We sat and talked about the past years. She showed me so many places of Oregon and places that she went to, and even a few famous people that she met through her work. So I asked her, since things were going so well, why she would want to move back there. Her answer was vague, but she said something about being able to work on her own time, and she wanted to be closer to her family. Then, She turned the conversation on me, and I told her that I was engaged. She looked surprised, but also said that she was happy for me. As we continued to talk, I noticed her becoming more and more hands-on. She would touch my shoulder, going down my arm. She would grab my hands or even rub my leg with her foot. It was a weird feeling, to say the least. It reminded me of who she was when we were together. I mean, I didn't feel anything as I was in love with Val, but the thought was in the back of my head. Was she trying to do something? Was this her flirting? I tried not to think about it, and we parted after a few hours. When I saw Valerie that evening, I told her what happened, and she really found it odd, and even thought maybe there was a hint of jealousy from Charlotte. Maybe, but otherwise, she wasn't worried about it. So, again, we moved forward with our life, and I got random casual messages from Charlotte. My phone number never changed after all. However, we started having strange events occur, and honestly, never really connected them at that time. Val ended up moving to another location under the same business that we worked for, so we were no longer riding together. However, I had to take her to work one day because she went to leave one morning and her tire was flat. But it wasn't like it just lost air or like there was a nail. I didn't even have to look for the cause. Towards the back side of the tire, there was a pretty big puncture in it. It wasn't a clear cut like a knife, but it wasn't mangled like the tire just exploded. Not to mention, there was no additional damage to the car either. We were just confused, but I just took her to work and I told her that I would take care of it. Val had a pretty new car. I went with her to test it out, and it was only a few years old at that time. But she ended up having a pretty scary issue with it. We kissed each other goodbye one morning and left for the day. When we got to work, we usually texted each other one more time saying, "Have a good day," with me usually being the first one as my drive was shorter by about 15 minutes. When I didn't get a text back, I thought that it was odd, but I just assumed that she forgot or someone stopped her on her way in, both of which have happened before. So after I got in and to my desk, I was prepared to text her when she called me hysterical. When I finally got her to calm down, she explained what happened. She said that she noticed her car hesitated a little when she shifted from reverse to drive, but ignored it as it soon went away. She thought maybe she just imagined it, but made a mental note to tell me about it when she got to work. However, she wouldn't make it to work because as she rolled up to a red light, her brakes kicked back and did nothing else. She went right through that intersection at about 30 miles per hour, instantly T-boning a van. Her airbag deployed and she was obviously shaken up. She told me the police were already there and the tow trucks were on their way, so I left immediately to be with her. The sight was pretty terrifying, and I felt so bad that she had to be in that situation and alone to boot. The van had a woman and her toddler in it, but both were in their seatbelts and the kid in their car seat, so they were okay as well, just a little bit shaken up. After the scene was cleaned up, we went home and she walked me through the situation again. It definitely sounded like something happened to the brakes, so after they towed the car back, I had someone come take a look at it to see if they could diagnose the issue. They were certainly able to, and they told us that the brake line had been cut, and it was obviously done by someone that wasn't trying to replace a line or done by accident. He said you could see where they tried to cut it in multiple spots until they finally got through. We were terrified and confused. Who would try to do this? Valerie was such a kind person, and it's not like she had any enemies that came to mind, so I didn't know how to handle this. But then, she asked me if I thought Charlotte would do something like that. I also didn't see Charlotte as the type to do that, and while we talked, it was still a very casual conversation. She wouldn't have known where we lived, and while I was questioning this, she brought something to my attention that she hadn't really told me about. She had gotten a few calls at work, like they were transferred to her office line specifically looking for her. But when she would answer, they would just hang up. She thought that it was weird, sure, but nothing scary or worth mentioning. Then a few days prior to the accident, she got another call, and this time, the person talked and said something with a slight giggle like, "Nice car you got," and then hung up. I was horrified. I didn't want to think about Charlotte possibly doing this or even entertain the idea. But then I remembered the way she acted when we met up. I couldn't rule it out, so I called her while Valerie was in the room so she could hear her voice. I played it off like I thought she called me and I was returning the call, so it didn't last long. But I could tell by the look on Valerie's face that it was the same voice. I was furious. Why would she try to do this? She was the one that left me behind, and now, almost a decade later, she wants to ruin my life? As mad as I was, I started coming up with a plan. I bought a camera, and I had it set up to face our driveway. Then, I texted Charlotte asking to go get coffee again. When she showed up, I was not friendly at all, like I was the first time. I asked her point blank if she was following or stalking my fiancé. She looked at me like I was crazy and denied it. But then when I mentioned her stupid phone calls, she had this stupid grin on her face and actually said that she was just trying to have a little fun. "But, she was pretty easy to track down," she said. She admitted to the calls, but would never fess up about the car. But after I chewed her out some, she started to show her true colors. She said that I was the one in the wrong. I was supposed to wait for her to come back and have a relationship with her again and her only. That was never the case. She broke up with me and she ended it because she obviously had plans to hook up with other people. Why did I have to wait around for her? I was supposed to be all alone those years? Hell no. I told her that she was crazy and she needed to leave us alone because we were happy and I would never, ever be with her again or want to talk to her again. And I left that place feeling much better already. I knew we wouldn't really be able to take legal action though unless we had proof. And that was why the camera came in. I had a feeling that she would try something again, and I was right. It was 3 or 4 days later when we checked the camera, as we do every time before we leave, and we were also sharing a car at the same time. There she was, clear as day, walking around and inspecting my car. She then proceeded to pour something in my gas tank, wiped off the side and the cover, prints I assume, and climbed on the hood and pulled her pants down and squatted. I'll let you fill in the rest. Charlotte has absolutely lost it. I have never seen this side of her, and I was frustrated and embarrassed that I ever let her back into my life. Sorry, this took so long, but to wrap it up, we pressed charges, filed restraining orders, and were able to sue her for the damages to my car, at least. And as we expected, we never heard from her again, and thankfully, her brother had no ill will towards me either. He said that she complained to him about me being engaged, and he basically told her to get over it, like I did, because I had to move on. I think exes are better left at that too. No friends, no contact, just old memories. Good or bad, I suppose. I have a story that I've been wanting to share with the world for a while. A story that really taught me a lesson about trusting people and made me realize that things can go really bad, really fast. I am going to add a bit of a trigger warning here, as this story does end in a horrifying way. This happened a while back when my high school ex-boyfriend, a guy we're going to call Christian, came back into my life after close to a decade of being out of touch. Back in high school, Christian and I were really close. He was probably the most connected relationship that I've ever had, if that makes any sense. He was actually the first guy that I got with, in multiple meanings of the word, and I thought that he and I had this really bright future planned out. In my head, we were going to get married, we were going to have kids, and we were going to grow old together. In reality, Christian didn't want more than a high school fling that he planned on cutting away from the minute he graduated. He ended up telling me as much only a quarter away from graduation. We were talking about the future, and when I asked if we were going to stay in state, he said that after May, there was no we. Well, needless to say, we broke up that day, and it crushed me. Fast forward around 8 or 9 years later, and I'm single, living my best life, and just doing whatever life brings my way, when out of the blue, I get a friend request on Facebook from a face that I hadn't thought about in ages. Christian. Being the nostalgic idiot that I am, I immediately went to accept it. But I hesitated when I thought about how our relationship ended. I sat on it for a couple hours, but eventually decided that we were both young, we both made mistakes, and it wasn't anything more than a friend request on Facebook. If he had grown up enough to seek me out and reconnect, then I could grow up enough to accept it. But what I didn't expect was that clicking that button was going to be the opening of my own personal Pandora's box. At first, everything was chill. We messaged back and forth, and it seemed like he really had his life together. After high school, he went out of state for college, and he had actually gotten married and had a son. I congratulated him for all that, saying that it was great to hear that he was doing well. But then, he told me that he and his wife had gotten a divorce, and she had done everything that she could to keep his son from him, so he was actually moving back in with his mom for a bit to get back on his feet. I apologized, and I told him that this was awful, and after a bit of talking more, he told me that he was actually in town, and we agreed to meet up for lunch the next day to just catch up. Now, nowhere in this conversation and nowhere in my mind was there any intentions of making this anything beyond just being friends. I didn't want anything beyond that. I just wanted a friend and wanted to meet up to catch up with him. When we met at the restaurant, I went in for a friendly hug, and when he hugged me, his hand wandered way too far down my back. I immediately pushed away and looked at him like, "Bro, what the hell?" He quickly apologized and said that he just got absorbed in the moment and didn't mean anything by it. I told him that this was his one warning and that if he tried anything else, this meeting was over, which I think caught him off guard. I think he expected me to be a bit more submissive, mostly because when I was young, I was way more willing to go along with things. But in the years since then, I've become a lot more self-sufficient and mentally sound, and I'm not the kind of person to take crap. I told him as much, and he nodded, saying all right and continuing to apologize. The rest of the lunch went pretty normal. Nothing else happened, and I figured he knew his place. Of course, that was the wrong thing to believe. About 2 days later, I got a message from Christian on Facebook that said, "Thinking of you," with a picture of something that I genuinely did not expect nor want to see. The situation was very disappointing for multiple reasons, and I had told him that that was the end of it. I replied saying, "I told you that if you did anything like this again, that would be the end of it." He immediately said, "Oh my God, I'm sorry. That was for someone else, I swear." I messaged back saying that it was nice to see that he was doing well, but that this was the end of our conversations, and then I immediately blocked him. I'm not stupid. I knew what he was doing, and I wasn't going to be a rebound fling. Plus, he's not exactly the kind of person that I'm into anymore. After that, the situation with Christian went off the rails, and did so pretty quickly. One night, about 2 weeks later, I was out with some friends at a local bar, just trying to have a good time. And lo and behold, Christian showed up. He walked in and came straight over to us, acting like he was my best friend. The entire feel of the night changed immediately. My 3 friends all glanced at me like, "Who is this guy?" And Christian stood over me and smiled like everything was fine. I hit my limit the second that he put his hands on my shoulders and said, "How are you doing, babe?" I shoved my seat backwards to make sure that it made contact with him. I stood up, turned around and told him that I wasn't his babe and that he needed to leave me alone. He laughed and asked why I was being like this, and I went off on him. I told him that I had given him a chance to be my friend and nothing more, and he decided that he wanted to be a creep instead. I told him again to shove off and get the hell back out of my life. After a few minutes, he backed off and looked like he was about to cry and then just walked away. I kind of assumed that was going to be the end of it, that he would understand that I wanted nothing to do with him. Either that or the next encounter was going to end violently. And fortunately for me, it was more likely to be the latter. After Christian left, the whole night was ruined and we all decided to head home. I had driven my friend Michelle out that night. She had planned on drinking a bit more and I don't really drink, so I was her driver. When we left, she asked me who Christian was and I explained everything to her. And she told me that he sounded like a creep, and then asked me if I wanted her to come over to my place and stay just in case. At first, I didn't think it was necessary, but after a bit of contemplation, I told her that it sounded like a good idea and that I would really appreciate it. I'm going to add a bit of a brief pause right there for the sake of anyone reading or listening to this. The next part of the story is the part that deserves the content warning. When we got to my apartment, and I unlocked and opened the door, and both myself and Michelle were surprised to see Christian sitting on my couch. Now, I know that a lot of these stories end with the ex standing there with a knife and attacking the person, but that's not actually how my story ended. Christian was sitting on my couch. He did have a knife, but he wasn't going to attack anyone. He had pretty clearly ended his own life right there. I was shocked, horrified, and I felt like I was going to throw up. Right there on my couch was my high school ex, a guy that I had just reconnected with and had to push back out of my life because he was being a creep, and he'd ended his own life in my apartment. I cannot overstate how traumatizing this was for me at that moment and every day since then. Obviously, we called the police, and when they and the medic showed up, they confirmed that he was beyond saving. I couldn't stay there after that. They had to treat it basically as a crime scene with what had happened. and I didn't want to stay there anyways. This was enough to get me out of my lease, thankfully, and I ended up moving in with Michelle in her apartment. I got rid of pretty much all my furniture as I couldn't bring myself to look at it and think about Christian. I've had nightmares about him since, about that whole moment opening my door, and to say that this whole thing has haunted me is an understatement. I'm not looking for pity, and I feel terrible for the fact that Christian felt that ending his own life was the best course of action. I'm just not really sure what else to say about all of it. Through all of this, coming to terms with the situation and moving my few things out, I did end up finding a note from Christian in my bedroom. He had placed it in the drawer of my nightstand. It was a simple note that just said, "Every mistake in my life has led me to this moment, and all I can say is that I'm sorry." It's not exactly closure, and not exactly something that helped me move on from it, and I don't know if I ever will get through it. One of my first jobs was working at a fast food place that, I'll just say, was famous for serving tacos. For what it's worth, it wasn't the worst thing, but I definitely wouldn't choose to go back. I had my share of ungrateful customers, unnecessary messes left behind by them, and so much more. But I've also had some weird customers that were memorable. We weren't often in a situation where we feared for our safety though, so I would just take a deep breath and then get ready for the next day. But there was one situation that often plays in my head when people bring up working in food. I was working the front on this day, taking orders and occasionally picking up the lobby when it was slow. We were open 24/7, and I picked up part of someone's shift, so I was going to be there till 2 in the morning. It was probably around 11 to midnight when a guy walked in. When you work overnight in fast food, you get used to the clientele you see around at that time. So, it didn't really catch me off guard at first when the guy looked a bit disheveled. He was a tall, average-built looking guy with thinning hair and a scruffy beard. He was wearing a dark hoodie and some pretty dirty sweatpants, but he was keeping his hands in his pockets. When he entered, he seemed like he was surveying the lobby, so between that and him keeping his hands hidden, it did kind of put me on guard. We had never been robbed before, but we did go through training on how to handle them if one were to occur. I was hoping that I was just being way too judgmental, and I still greeted him with a smile. I asked what I could get for him, and he just stared at the menu with his eyes glazed over. I kept looking around the area, in a worst-case scenario kind of way, to determine my escape routes or possibly weapons. I backed up a bit, trying to play it off like I was looking for something, when the guy finally spoke in a soft, calm voice. "I'm not gonna hurt you." After that, I definitely felt stupid. I felt bad for assuming this guy's intentions, and I tried to play it off like I was cool though. I said with a bit of a laugh something like, "What? Oh, nah, you're fine, man. I was just looking for the broom. Just let me know if you have any questions, okay? No rush." He didn't look down at me or move his eyes at all. He just continued to stare at the menu. I walked up to the side, bringing the broom to at least back up my story. When I came back, he talked a bit more in the same solemn tone that he had before. "I actually do have a question, or more so a favor." Yeah man, sure, what's up?" "Can you call the cops for me?" I didn't know what to say at this point, so I just stared for a minute and he kept talking, still looking up. He said, "I'm still not going to hurt you. I'm going to need a cop." I went to walk away to grab a phone and tell one of the others that worked there when he called me back over saying, "Hey, wait. I would like to order first before you call. You guys make the best quesadillas." Not really knowing what else to do other than what he asked, I then placed his order and he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket with a shaking hand. I actually told him not to worry about it and he thanked me and put it back in his pocket. He then walked over to a nearby table and sat down as he looked down at the table. After his order was done, I brought it over to him and he told me that I could go ahead and call the cops now, and then he began to eat his food. I then walked to the back and called the cops. That was a confusing call and they didn't seem to take me seriously at first either. I told them the only thing that I knew. I explained the guy's demeanor, what he looked like, and said that he seemed unarmed but asked me to call the cops and I had no idea why. They said that they would send a unit out though. And at this point, I had already told the two other people working that night what was going on, and one of them overheard part of it. We all stayed in the back trying to come up with things in our head as to why he may have done this too. When the cops did finally show up, the man stood up, threw away his trash, and before walking towards the cops, he walked back over to me and for the first time that night, he looked me in the eyes, shook my hand and thanked me. He then walked over to the cops and they walked out of the building. We all thought that it was weird, but just left it at that as nothing else happened. Well, that is until about an hour later, we had a different cop come in wanting to ask us more questions. He was asking very specifically what all the guys said and did, and if we even knew which way he came from. I didn't see him pull up or what he was driving, but there were no cars in the parking lot that night other than our own, so he could have walked there. All I remember was that he did not exist prior to opening the door, so I don't think we were much help. He then left again and heard nothing else of it. Well, it wasn't until a few days later when there was a story on TV that caught my attention. They were making light of it and mentioned something about murder making you hungry, or something to that effect. Anyways, they had mentioned that a man turned himself in after bludgeoning his father to death, but not before he stopped for dinner. I looked up more information on it and got some more clarification, but it certainly didn't make me feel any better about the situation. It showed the mugshot of the guy, which confirmed that it was the same one that came in that night. It was reported that he turned himself in after he had beaten his dad to death that night. He said that he knew he had to turn himself in, but he hadn't eaten and wanted one last meal of his choice. And based on the area that they listed for when this took place, this man probably walked about 4 miles to get to my exact store. I assumed he walked because again there were no cars in the parking lot. I just thought to myself, why? Why us? Why our store? But I guess he said that he did enjoy the food and our location would have been the closest one to him. The thought that I was talking to a man and gave him a free meal just hours after he killed someone terrified me and made me feel awful. Well, to be honest, it gave me mixed feelings. I was terrified and my first thought was that my first reaction that night was warranted. This guy could have easily hurt me too, but he didn't. But when I gave him the meal for free and when he shook my hand, he seemed genuinely thankful. And by the look in his eyes, I thought he had just one hell of a day, or maybe even life, and appreciated the generosity shown to him. I'm still not 100% sure on the details. I've looked around at different news articles, tried finding others that may have known the guy, but all I've ever found has been hearsay. I heard some people say that he was abused by his dad and just couldn't take it anymore. I heard he was using and may have snapped or hallucinated and then attacked him. I've heard some pretty wild things, but I can't say for sure. All I know is that after that experience, I appreciate life a bit more and understand just how fragile it is. This happened to me and my daughter several years ago. My daughter, Brooke, had recently gotten her permit and would come up with any reason to drive. I didn't hate it though, as she was always willing to run to the grocery store when I needed something for dinner or pick up her little brother from school, so it was definitely helpful. But being a parent, there was also that painful feeling knowing that she was growing up. But you're not here to listen to that story. Anyways, I had to run by the drugstore to pick up a prescription, and she wanted to drive, so I agreed. My husband was at my son's t-ball practice, so it was just going to be the two of us. I think this was partially to drive more, but after we left the drugstore, she said she wanted to stop by a local fast food place that had really good ice cream. She offered to buy it though, so I wasn't going to say no to free ice cream, and I agreed. We got there and decided to go in so that way she wasn't driving and trying to eat at the same time. She didn't need to already be driving with distractions anyways. We got in, placed our order and stood towards the back waiting for them to call it out. Once we got our ice cream, we went back and sat down and enjoyed our little treat and talked about her classes, her friends, about school and other things. I typically ate mine slower, so since she finished before me, she said she was going to use the restroom before we left the store. After she walked away, I pulled out my phone to check the time and also text my husband. But it was just about that time that a guy walked in, and I immediately got a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. He probably had an average build, completely bald, and was wearing jeans and one of those brown-style jackets. He looked right at me with his piercing look and then quickly looked back towards the counter. It gave me a shiver down my spine, and all I could think about was that I needed to run. I gripped my phone, but before I could stand up, the guy pulled out a gun and then started shouting demands. It was like the room was in slow motion as I watched people scatter and try to run out of the doors. The employees were crouching and covering their heads, all while the poor girl that rang us up stood there frozen. The guy demanded the money in the register, and she immediately started pushing buttons, trying to get it to open. As the guy was shouting at her, I looked over to see the restroom door open. My daughter could see the people trying to take cover, and she looked very confused. I tried to communicate the best that I could without talking, shaking my head and trying to motion her to go back to the restroom. I was praying she would understand and just go back in and call 911. But as she stood there just as frozen, I really couldn't blame her. And fortunately, I was within sight of the guy and he noticed me motioning to her. This caused him to approach me and then hold the weapon in my face, which made my daughter yelp, and he looked at her. I immediately spoke up, as stupid as it may have been, but I pleaded with him to leave her alone as she was my 15-year-old daughter. He then looked back at me and demanded that I give him everything that I had. I opened my purse, and as I was pulling out my wallet, he snatched it from me. After he searched it and pulled out what he wanted, he motioned for me to go outside, which then caused my daughter to start crying. And before I could react, he looked at her and said that he wasn't going to hurt me, and again told me to go. As we started walking outside, he put the weapon in his pocket but kept it close to me, as I remember feeling him press it against my side. He said he wanted me to drive him somewhere, and I said that I would. However, when I approached my van, I realized that I didn't have my keys with me. They were still on my daughter. I tried to say something, but the words weren't quite coming out. I told him that I just remembered that I didn't have my keys, and he immediately became angry. It was obvious that he thought that I was lying, and he snatched my purse from me and proceeded to dump it out onto the parking lot. And after this, he became pretty furious and began punching my car door over and over and over again. I stood there, not knowing what to do now, when we both stopped to look up. I'm sure he heard the same thing that I heard. Faint sirens in the distance. He punched my door one more time before shouting something and then running off. I watched as he ran towards another nearby building and around the back of it. And once he was out of sight, I ran back inside where a lot of people were still covering themselves. Then I heard my daughter quietly call out for me. She had gone to one of the tables near the window and was watching us, I presume. I don't think we ever hugged as tight as we did at that moment. We all stayed pretty much like that until cops showed up and told us that we were okay. The guy did not get very far whatsoever, as he tried to take someone else's car and got caught in the process. We all explained what happened and what was all taken. He had taken the few bills that I had in my wallet, 3 credit cards, and my ID, and when they caught him, he had all the cards on him still, so I got those back. I was glad to not have to replace my ID, but even more grateful that no one was hurt. Traumatized, definitely, I'm sure. But we are so grateful that the gun was never fired. It was a terrifying moment for us, but I don't let it hold me back. It's been almost a decade since this happened, and my daughter has also moved past it too. She definitely struggled for a while, not wanting to leave my side when we were in public, and had some pretty mean nightmares, but she has become a very brave young lady. However, I hope we never have to experience something like that ever again. This was something that happened when I was driving across the state to visit and reconnect with an old friend of mine. I was going to be driving by myself, which I had only ever done one other time. This meant that I would have to keep myself entertained as I made the 9-hour drive. I packed myself plenty of snacks and drinks so I wouldn't have to stop, which worked out for most of the trip. However, towards the tail end of my drive, I started to really crave fries. I could tell that I was going to need some more caffeine anyways, so I decided to find a quick place to eat and refuel. I stopped at a fast food chain that was popular in the Midwest to grab something to eat and a soda. It wasn't busy when I arrived, but there were a few people sitting in the lobby eating, and I saw a few workers behind the counter as well. I approached as I normally do, greeting the person at the register, but I noticed immediately that they did not look to be in a good mood. In fact, they looked pretty irritated. I hope it wasn't because of me, so I just tried to be as nice as possible. I was also working retail at that time, so I completely understood how bad some days could be working with the public. The man at the counter quickly said in a hurried manner, "What can I get you?" So, I started giving my order, and when he was repeating it, he stumbled over his words and then also said the wrong item. I politely corrected it, which made him look down, and then he started jamming buttons with his finger and then loudly sighed and apologized. I giggled slightly and told him that it wasn't a big deal, and trying to be nice, I told him that I appreciate him repeating back the order for reasons just like that. It's really amazing how far a little kindness can go. He then sighed again and then told me that he was just having a bad day. I apologized. I told him that it was okay though, and that we are all allowed to have bad days. Apparently, this was enough for him to give me a quick synopsis of everything that he was dealing with, which was definitely a lot for one person, and just tried to be polite. This all was happening while I paid and stood there with my receipt for a moment. After a few minutes and our conversation winding down, he said he appreciated me listening to him rant and that he would bring my food to me so I could go sit down. I said thank you and I went and found a seat. I sat at one of those bar tables with the stools that faced towards the parking lot with my back to the counter. Enough time passed for me to text my friend to let him know where I was at, and then respond to a few other texts when the same guy brought over a tray with my food. I thanked him and he walked away, so I began enjoying my meal. I was probably about halfway through when I heard a familiar voice approach my spot from the side and said hi to me. It was the same guy. He asked if he could sit with me for a moment as he was on a break. I really didn't think it was a little weird, but I wasn't going to be there much longer, so I told him that it was fine. And that's when the guy just unloaded. He was talking about how he was stressed because his car broke down. He thought that his girlfriend was going to leave him. His parents were pressuring him about his schooling because he wasn't passing all his classes at college because he was getting burned out and didn't think he wanted to be in that field anymore. And then he topped it all off with something along the lines of, and I have to pick up shifts here because my worthless boss's kid can't be bothered to work their own damn shift. That last part he said a bit louder and looked towards the back like he was wanting to make sure that someone heard it. That was definitely all terrible things to have to deal with, and I did really feel bad for him. But in that exact moment, I had no clue what to do or say other than, "Wow, I'm so sorry." He just stared at me and let out a heavy sigh, saying, "You know what? It's alright. I at least got it off my chest, which helped me more than you know." I just told him that I'm glad I was able to help them and that everything would work out in the end. He then stood up and thanked me and then asked me for my name. Hell, I didn't even live in that state and I probably would never see him again. So I told him honestly what it was. He told me his name was, which I think was something like Mac or Mark, something like that. And then he walked to the back of the kitchen. I had a small moment at that point thinking, well, that was something. And then I went back to my meal, preparing to call my friend when I left to tell them about it. I was just about finished, but I was distracted doing something on my phone when I heard someone from behind me shouting, which startled me. I just heard someone shout, "Shut the fuck up!" And I turned around to see Mark, and who I assumed to be the manager, standing in the kitchen. I assumed they were the manager because they had on a different colored shirt. The manager had his hands up in a manner like he was shrugging, while Mark was throwing his hands angrily. The manager was talking a lot quieter as I could only hear Mark shouting. It's now got the attention of the others in the lobby and the two other workers on the other side of the kitchen. And after a short conversation between the two, I saw Mark grab something to his right, and before I could blink, he swung it at the manager. The next thing I remember was hearing the agonizing screams coming from the manager, while the two workers on the other side are also now yelling at Mark. I quickly got up and ran over to the counter where I then saw the horrifying scene. Mark was now on top of the manager, swinging this hot fry basket at his face. I was frozen in place. I knew what I needed to do, which was call 911, but I couldn't move. I just stood there horrified with the situation unfolding in front of me. I finally came to my senses when one of the other employees jumped on Mark and was fighting him to get off the manager. I went back to my seat to grab my phone and then I called 911, and thankfully, they were able to get my location because I barely knew where I was. They asked me to stay there so they could talk to me, so I had to stay there even longer to wait for them. A couple other customers had run out the door, while one of them tried helping the manager by applying cold towels to their face and arms. Somehow, he was still conscious or regained consciousness. But his moans of pain, I will never forget. And to this day, they still haunt me. Meanwhile, after the other employees got him off the manager, he ran towards the back and I didn't see him again. I wanted to do something, but I was scared that he may come back out and try to do something again to all of us who were standing there with him. I just stood by the door, hoping to see the cops or an ambulance soon. And after what felt like an eternity, they did finally show up. The cops went in first and immediately went to the back, then the EMTs came in and started caring for the manager. I then had to tell them everything that I saw, as well as everyone else that was still there. Apparently, there was another exit out back, and Mark had left through it and was long gone. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you more about this, but that was pretty much it. After all that, I was given permission to leave. I got sick and then called my friend from my car, now shaking and crying. I explained everything to them, and when we couldn't talk anymore, I called my sister and told her. There was no way that I could finish this drive by myself with my own thoughts. I definitely needed a distraction. Thankfully, I only had about 3 hours left to go, which was enough time to get it all out, for me to calm down and then even pull over to take a quick much-needed power nap. I got to my friend's place late that night, and after a few drinks, I crashed. I was thankful that I was with good company after that, because the thoughts and sounds kept circling my mind and definitely made it hard to sleep for a few nights. I have no idea about the condition of the manager or if that Mark guy was ever caught. I just hope that both of them got the right help that they desperately needed. Oh, and if I'm ever on a road trip like that, I only do drive-through now. Hi everyone. I'm a long-time lurker in this group, but I've never posted because I've never really had anything that I thought was worth sharing. I've read a lot of stories on here, and I honestly never thought that I was going to one day make a post. Yet, here we are. Sure, we've had our share of creeps at my work, but this one was above and beyond everything else. This happened only a few weeks ago, so the memory is still fresh in my mind, and honestly, I'm still a bit creeped out about it. I was working the night shift at my McBurgers, and yes, I'm calling it that because I don't want the real restaurant to see this and try to shut me down. And it seemed like a pretty normal night. So to give some context, the McBurgers that I work at isn't in the best part of town. We've had our fair share of weird people and bizarre things happening. But honestly, it kind of feels like people with ill intentions just leave our store alone. It's almost like our McBurger is a safe haven for them, so they know not to do crazy things there. Like, we get the types that kind of look like they're going to commit a robbery, but then they just order a burger and leave. And then, wherever they go afterwards is who they hit. Well, unfortunately on this night, we got a taste of the crazy. It was around 2 a.m. and we were mostly empty. I was manning the drive-through window and doing some sweeping in the back area when we weren't getting any cars. Kevin, one of my coworkers, was manning the front, but due to the lack of traffic, he was doing some cleaning up on the line and other parts. After a bit of this, we heard the door open and Kevin wrapped up what he was doing to head to the front and then greet the customer. I watched him go up and look around and then come back, saying that there was no one there, and then just shrugging it off. He went back to cleaning, but about 5 minutes later, I looked up and I told him that he had a customer because there was a man standing up at the front. He looked a bit messed up, not dirty or anything, just a bit like he was stressing out. He was wearing a nicer button-down shirt and a decent pair of pants, but they were, for the lack of a better way to put it, messed up. Like, his shirt was halfway unbuttoned, his tie was still tied around his neck, but halfway unknotted. His pants were unbuttoned, but his belt was holding them up, and his hair looked like he had been pulling it out. He looked like a VP for a company or something that has just closed its doors for the last time, if that makes any sense to you. The man just stood there at the counter looking at nothing in particular, like he was just spacing out. Kevin asked if he could take the man's order, and the man just stared at him with that same blank expression. The man just kept his eyes focused on Kevin, not saying a word. And after a few moments of staring, and Kevin trying to get him to say anything, waving his hand in front of his face and looking back at me like, "Is this guy okay?" The guy then screams, "Hey!" straight at Kevin. He jumps and I jump, and we were both now paying full attention to this guy. At this point, our manager Sasha is actually coming out of the office room to see what exactly is going on. And as soon as she does, this man starts screaming at her, yelling that in his words, She was the one with Satan, and that she was an affront to the Holy Father. We both turned to look at her. She had a confused look on her face, and yeah, that was weird. But then, as we weren't paying attention to the guy, he reached forward and grabbed Kevin's shirt and then pulled him close. At this point, I ran up to the front to try and get this guy away from him. I was sitting there trying to push this man off, and he's sitting there staring at Kevin with his whole face shaking, and then starts saying, "They're coming, Kevin. This is the end. This is how all things end." Considering how much he was shaking aggressively, his voice was surprisingly calm and direct. He started pretty much trying to pull Kevin over the counter, and I was struggling to get this guy off of Kevin. Thankfully, Sasha was already in the back and calling the police. As I'm trying to pry the man off of Kevin, he began shouting about how they were here and that we needed to leave. Thankfully, police arrived damn near immediately, and my guess is that they were probably already patrolling and waiting for something to happen. They managed to restrain the man with the 2 officers and then get his hands in cuffs. As they led him away, he continued to rant about some impending doom. The whole ordeal was over in a matter of minutes, but we were all in a pretty confused state of panic. After the police left, we all tried to get back to work, and when Kevin went to clean the restrooms, he found a weird symbol that was scratched into the wall, and not the stall, but the actual paint on the drywall. The only way I can describe it is, it's like a summoning circle for the supernatural. Obviously, We have no idea why he carved it into the wall before going psycho on Kevin. But at least, we knew what he was doing between the time that he walked in and we saw him. Obviously, this left us all a bit shaken, but we went back to just doing our mundane jobs until our shifts were over. Kevin did end up putting his 2 weeks in not too long after, and he just had his last shift. He said that he didn't really want to quit, but he keeps getting this weird feeling that the guy is going to come back, and it's bothering him enough to leave. I get it. I don't blame him. It was definitely a terrifying moment, and the fact that this guy paid way more attention to Kevin probably didn't help. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I would also like to give some extra love to my Patreon members, my channel members, and also my tippers. Thank you so much. If you would like to extend a little bit more support for the channel, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. If you would like to become a Patreon member, a channel member, a tipper, or even to buy merch, check out the links in the description below. Again, thank you. And I hope you stay scared, because your fear feeds me.